How's that? Good morning. Welcome to the annual Stop the Violence Conference. I'm Chief Paul Williams of the Springfield Police Department. It's my honor to give a few opening remarks today and then kick things off. So first off, I'd like to acknowledge that without support of some really cool partners, we wouldn't be able to do this. When we first did the conference, 10 years ago, we had a corporate sponsor, Verizon, but they bailed after a couple of years, and we were wondering what we're going to do. So Missouri State and Abilities First stepped up, and we've been able to do this every year, except for COVID. Sorry about that. But for me, the most intriguing part is it doesn't cost you anything. How many have ever gone to a conference where it doesn't cost you anything? And you get CEUs, and you get breakfast. All right, doesn't happen. So thank you for our the continuing partnership, and I look forward to that continuing throughout the years. The second thing I'd like to talk about is why we're doing this. Stop the violence. Everybody agree that's a good thing? Okay. Domestic violence, family violence, intimate partner violence, whatever you want to call it. This came out of a crime analysis effort from my staff a little over 10 years ago, noticing an increased amount of aggravated assaults. And then when we dove into it, discovered that over half of those were related to domestic violence in some way, shape, or form. So putting this gathering together for not just those in the field. So that's everything that's unique about this, besides the fact that it's free. It's not just law enforcement. It's not just prosecutors. It's not just advocates. It's not just survivors. It's all of those, plus any member of the public who wants to register can attend. That feeds into our public awareness campaign, which really is what combating this problem is all about. Making people aware, getting people to make referrals, to step in when they see something that's not right. So that's what I'm going to ask you to do today. Normally, you get to something like this and I'd say, okay, sit back, relax, enjoy the presentation and the breakout sessions. It's absolutely wrong. What we're going to do today is I'm going to ask you to lean in, to step up, to stand up, to focus, and be engaged in the effort to combat domestic violence, family violence, intimate partner violence in our community. It's a conscious effort. It's not something you can be passive about. So I encourage and am encouraged by the fact that you all took time out of the middle of your week to come spend the day. And it's a full day, not just the speakers, but the breakout sessions. And I'm always amazed at the conference we're able to put together and the people we're able to bring in to share some insights to make everything better in our community. So with that, a couple housekeeping items. First off, you already found the coffee and snacks in the back, right? Okay. Restrooms, the second most important thing. Out the door and to your left, there's also some downstairs. And for those of you who didn't want just regular coffee like I do, filling up my my coffee cup, there's a Starbucks downstairs. You can get all those specialty foo-foo drinks if you want. Okay. And last but not least, I mentioned it's free, but for those of you who are practitioners in whatever field, law enforcement or the law or social workers, whatever it might be, you get CEUs, continuing education credits for attending today. And Cody Brewington from Missouri State has put together a form in the back of the packet. I encourage you to fill that out, turn that in. Where else can you get up to 6 hours of CEUs for? Anybody? Free. Yeah. Thank you. So with that, let's have a great day. Thank you all for being here. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the annual Stop the Violence Conference. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am honored to introduce our first speaker and our keynote speaker today. Kate Ranta is a survivor and a tireless advocate. Despite suffering the abuse that she endured and a harrowing event within her family, she has gone on to become, like I said, a tireless advocate. who advocates for survivors of domestic violence. She also advocates for gun safety and has gone throughout the country speaking the legislatures, DC, I think a couple times, and getting ready to go there again in front of the Supreme Court. So she's kind of a big deal. And I am just absolutely thrilled that she could come here and speak with us. And so without further ado, Kate.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Kate Ranta, and I'm a survivor of domestic and gun violence, as Paula said. I'm here today from the Boston area, so I've come a long way to share our story with you. And in full transparency, I am a little nervous. I have spoken in front of in front of Congress, on the steps of the Capitol, but this is my very first keynote address ever. So please bear with me. I'm going to jump around a little bit in the story because if I sit here and tell it from start to finish, we would be here for about 3.5 hours. I'll just get started. Just like a lot of survivor stories that you hear, I got pulled in very quickly to a relationship that moved too quickly. And at the time, I didn't know it. I was a single mom living in the DC area. And I decided after about 3 years of being divorced from my older son's father that I would try dating. Wasn't really taking it seriously. It was kind of the early days in the mid 2000s of Match.com. So a lot of my friends were doing it. I signed up, and my abuser was actually the first person that I talked to. Extremely handsome. I wasn't even sure that he was going to like me back because, single mom, I didn't know how that would go, but he liked me back. We talked back and forth, exchanged texts, quickly went on a first date. And then before I knew it, 3 months later, we were engaged. And I look at that whirlwind as I was sort of naive in the sense that I thought that we wanted the same things and that moving it quickly was just fine. But it was a red flag. And then 3 months later, we got married and I was pregnant with our son. So everything moved very, very quickly within 6 months. But I called him Mr. I was telling my friend today, I called him Mr. Fantastic to all my friends. He was an officer in the military. He seemed to have an amazing job. He was educated, and it fit at that time. And he would, fix problems for me, like took care of me, if that makes sense. So, like I said, swept me off my feet. One of the other things that sort of began to isolate me from my friends and family was we were living in a townhouse, in a civilian townhouse, and then we moved on to an army base in the Alexandria area. And it seemed like such a good idea at the time, but actually it was pulling me further from the network of friends that I had made over a decade of living in DC. We were really under his thumb, living on that military base. So I, again, didn't think much of it at the time, but as we know in retrospect, I knew that isolation was definitely not a good idea. Some of the red flags that started, again, I want to say that growing up, we didn't talk about domestic violence and the warning signs like we do today, right? To me, it was, if he's physical with you, that's abuse and that's bad and don't be with that person. But nobody talked about emotional abuse, psychological, financial, coercive control, all of those sorts of things that are insidious and start over time to build and get worse and worse. And before you know it, you're married, you have a child, you have a whole life together, and you're in too deep. That's I started to see controlling behavior, and I didn't recognize it for what it was, unfortunately, because we just didn't have the resources then. One example is early on when people were adopting Facebook and it was becoming more normal for people to have a Facebook account. I told him that I wanted to join, that my friends and my family were on it, even my parents were on it. And he said that he believed that having a Facebook account would open the door for infidelity, as if I had no agency over whether something would, he said that guys would be messaging me and that there might be a chance that I would cheat on him. And so I got around that by saying that I would only be friends with male family members and females, but that I was supposed to tell him if a man friend requested me. And I had never experienced anything like this before, and I mistook it for he just cares so much. I just didn't know. He began threatening my older son, my son that I had before I met him. When we were living all together on the Army base, he started saying things like he saw my older son hyperextend the baby's leg, and that if something happened to the baby, if my son did something to the baby, that he would kill him. You hear that and you're like, is he being serious? And instinctively, I did believe that he was serious, and I ultimately did make a very difficult decision to have my older son go live with his father. And it was one of the most, to this day, heartbreaking parts of the story. What else? Coercive control with guns. My ex, as I said, was military. I was not from a family that owned guns. My parents are educators. He had basically an arsenal, is what I would call it. When we met, he had multiple shotguns, multiple handguns. Nothing was locked up. I asked him to get gun locks. He actually did, but for the shotgun under the bed, he wouldn't, because he said if an intruder came in, he needed it to protect us. But he would, the one thing that I remember and then was told subsequently about the danger of the guns in the home was that he would do things like take them out and lay them on the bed and clean them in front of me and sort of play with the laser on the wall and laugh about it. And he knew that I wasn't comfortable with that, but he would just kind of laugh it off. Later, I learned that that's definitely a form of emotional and psychological abuse, that the cleaning of the guns in front of me. So these sorts of behaviors were just increasing and increasing while we lived on the military base. So I'm going to jump to the shooting. This is hard. I know the pictures are difficult to look at, but this is the reality that happens when guns are involved in a domestic violence situation. So I had been about 1.5 years into trying to extricate myself from this situation and divorce him. I'll get into some of the details that happened within that 1.5 years, but the climax of it was on November 2nd, 2012. I had worked just a normal day at my job. I went and picked up my child, William, at preschool, went home. I had dinner plans that night and just was getting ready, got him ready. We went out to the car. And when I turned on the ignition, the dashboard lit up saying low tire pressure. And I thought, oh my God, he found me, because I had just moved to a new apartment 2 weeks prior and I had not given him the address. So when I saw the slashed tire, I knew it was him because he had vandalized my car within that previous year. So I knew it was him. Called my dad and told him he found us. And my dad said, I'll come over, call the police, and see if there's anything that they can do. And I said, well, Dad, I mean, I've already been turned down for 3 restraining orders already. So we know what's going to happen. They're not going to do anything about it. But he said, call them anyway, because let's just get it on record. So my dad showed up, police showed up, young female officer, and I told her about the history of domestic violence and what had been going on. She asked if I had a restraining order. So I said, no, I don't. I was turned down for 3. And she said, well, you don't have the paperwork and you don't have proof that he was the one that slashed the tire. So there's really nothing we can do about it. And then she told me to go get a restraining order the next day. And I said, well, I've already been turned down multiple times. They're going to turn me down again. And she just was kind of like, I'm really sorry. There's nothing we can do about that. And when you think back on that, she wasn't proactive at all. She didn't ask to see a picture of him. She didn't ask about like what kind of car he drives, maybe do like a little spin around the complex and see if he was there. Nothing. I said to her as she was leaving, he's going to have to kill us before you people do anything about him, and went back into my apartment. So my dad said, I'm going to go home. Why don't you and William come over to our house and we'll figure out the next steps and what we're going to do now that he's found you. And so he went out the door and started to walk up the walkway. And I was standing at the door and my dad turned back around and said, Katie, call 911, Tom is here. And I looked to the side and I could see his car backed up next to mine, and the dome light came on and it was him. So I told my dad, and I had called 911, by the way. So I was on the phone with them, asked my dad to, come back into the apartment with me. And by the time we got in, we were behind the door and my ex was trying to push into the door. And my dad and I were both on the other side pushing against it. And then boom, 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 3 blasts came through the door. And when I try to explain to people what happens to your brain when something like this happens, it's shock, it's denial. Things are in slow motion, yet fast forward. I just remember screaming and backing up. My dad went one way in the small space. I went the other way. My ex came in and shot again, and that bullet went through my right hand. And that's actually, that picture is the stitches. So you can imagine what the actual wound looked like. And I backed up. I just remember pleading with him, like, please don't do this. Please don't do this. My dad was on the other side of the room. I heard my ex go over and I just heard boom, and I heard my dad grunt. So I thought he had killed my father. I was on the ground, covered in my own blood. My clothes were sticking to me. There was blood splatter up the wall. It was like you see in the movies, but this was real life. I managed to crawl kind of around to the kitchen table that was like in the middle of the room. And my son William was standing on the other side of the table. Again, he's only 4 years old, by the way. He had just turned 4, so he was a baby. My ex went over next to him and knelt down and looked at me, between the legs of the table, and with his gun, it had a laser on it, and he was going like this, like kind of taunting me and playing with the gun. And then my son yelled out, "Don't do it, Daddy, don't shoot Mommy." And to this day, none of us know how he got those words, only 4. But it did get quiet. And my ex went around and like back into the kitchen area. And then all of a sudden he said, "Kate, there's a table runner on the table, grab it and wrap your wound." So he was instructing me to wrap my wound on my hand. So I did what he said. And then he said, "Kate, just go." And so I could tell I was struggling. I knew I had lost a lot of blood and I wasn't doing well. And I thought, okay, I'm either going to lay here dying and die, because, by the way, the cops were there, but they wouldn't come into the house. They wasn't like in the movies. They didn't kick in the door and go shoot the bad guy. They never came in, ever. So we were hostage in there. So obviously that wasn't happening. So I thought, I'm going to try. Okay, I'll try and get out the door. My assumption was that he would shoot me as I was leaving, but I needed to take the chance. So I did get out. I collapsed on the grass and I could see all the cop cars, the police cars, the red and blue lights flashing, and they were all standing behind their doors and behind their cars. And they yelled out to me, "Ma'am, can you get over to us?" And I said, "No, I'm dying. Somebody come get me." Nobody would come near me. A couple minutes later, out comes my dad with my son. And in that moment, that was the first time that my dad realized I was alive, because he actually, when he left, he wouldn't look. He thought that I was dead on the ground. And then I thought he had been killed. So in that moment, we both realized that we were both alive and that William was okay. So they said to my dad, the cops said to my dad, "Sir, can you bring her over to us?" So my 68-year-old father also shot twice and is bleeding profusely and had to get me off the ground. And he said, "Katie, we've got to go. We got to go. You've got to do this." And I didn't think I could get up, but I did. And my dad was the hero. He got us to safety. I subsequently found out that there was protocol. So my shooting happened in Coral Springs, Florida. Many of you might know that next town over in Parkland was where the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting happened. There was a protocol in that area at the time where if there was an active shooter, the police were not supposed to enter the premises. So I was like, well, why are we paying you then? Like, you're the ones with vests and guns. I was supposed to save myself that they would not come in because there was an active shooter and they hadn't apprehended, he wasn't in custody. So we got to the other side and they discovered that I had also been shot in my left chest and I was bleeding from my chest. So I had to be helivac'd out, and my dad was transported via ambulance to the trauma center. My dad had to make that horrible call to my mother, who had to face the fact that 3 generations of her family were in trauma. She didn't know if we were going to make it. So that's, of course, the ripple effect of domestic violence, right? My mother is also a victim. When we got to the hospital, they assessed that the bullet that had gone into my chest hadn't actually entered. It had gone straight in and out. So I just remember them yelling, "It's a flesh wound, it's a flesh wound." So the bullet didn't stay in me, thank God. If I had been turned any other way, that a bullet would have gone into my heart and I would have died. They assessed my hand and I needed surgery the next morning. Same with my dad. One of the bullets went into his left arm, so he needed surgery. and the point blank one was in his left side, and they were able to extract the bullet from his side. It didn't hit any vital organs. And when I say that it's a miracle, really, that I'm standing here even telling you this story today, I can't even underscore that enough. I don't know how all of those bullets were flying into my apartment and none of us are dead, but I'm very glad that that's not the case. Let's see, my ex, he surrendered at the scene. He had multiple ammunition. He had a hunting knife, rope. He was ready to go. But he came out, surrendered with his hands up, and they booked him into the county jail that night. He was not granted bond during the time until we would get to trial. Let's see. So in the aftermath of the shooting, I focused a lot on the physical healing because my surgeon had said if I didn't start doing occupational therapy on my hand, I wouldn't be able to do this. It would become a claw. And I understood that because after the shooting, my hand just kind of looked like this, like my pointer finger wouldn't move. So I really dove into occupational therapy and got my hand moving again. But unfortunately, what I didn't do at the time was really address the PTSD and what had happened. So about 3 years later, in 2015, I had like I don't like the term nervous breakdown, but I mean, I guess that's as close to what I would call it. I had just been in survivor mode for so long. I hadn't addressed really what had happened. I was disassociating at work and feeling like, how can people just be talking about just everyday stuff when this major thing has happened, not just to me, but is happening everywhere. And it just was a really confusing time. So I did go seek therapy for PTSD. I was diagnosed with complex PTSD and anxiety. And I was, my medication was assessed and I was put on medication to help with the panic attacks and really started to put my life together. And then as far as aftermath of that, it took almost 5 years for us to go to trial in Florida for this shooting. It wasn't like on Law and Order where the shooting happened and all of a sudden we're in court. We didn't believe that it would take that long. Our prosecutor told us that it would, but it really did. And he pled not guilty. He pled not guilty. And the mountain of evidence, I mean, there was no way to say that he didn't do it. What the defense was trying to say was it was involuntary intoxication. And his story was that he had gone to the VA that morning and had been prescribed medication for anxiety, specifically Klonopin, and that he had an adverse reaction or something, and that's what made him come try to murder us. And needless to say, you never know how juries are going to go, and especially you never know in Florida. So it was a really traumatizing time. We didn't know what would happen, but that jury did not buy what the defense was selling, and he was found guilty on all 5 charges. The 2 most serious were premeditated attempted first-degree murder for my father and me. And then there were, some other lesser charges, but they got him on those first 2 serious charges. And then subsequently after that, it's not like you go to trial and everything ends. I had to go back. We all had to go back like 2 or 3 months later for now sentencing. So I had to face him again. And the judge, thankfully, my family, we all read our victim impact statements and pleaded for him to please give life in prison. He came back with 60 years, which actually is a life sentence because my ex at the time of sentencing in 2017 was 49. So if you do the math, 60 years is a life sentence. So I don't take for granted at all how lucky we were with that verdict, because I know so many survivors of domestic violence where similar situation happens to them and the guy's out in 10 years, 15 years, takes a plea, prosecutor doesn't, really want to do anything about it. And I don't take lightly that we were, quote, extremely lucky to get the justice that we did. Am I running long? Okay. So the systems that failed. It's tough. It's tough to talk about, but we need to talk about it. When everything went crazy for me with this relationship, I had never experienced any form of abuse. I mean, really any form of this abusive of a relationship before in my life. I didn't know what I was facing. All I knew was that I was, quote, the good guy in the situation. And I was just trying to get away from this person whose behavior was becoming more and more abusive. But first, with the military, he was still active duty when the first physical altercation happened in 2011. The military looked into him for various other things he had done, including fraud. And they were the first stop, right? They had a chance at that point to hold him accountable for his actions. That basically, it's the CSI, I think it's OSI, Office of Special Investigations. It's basically like the military's FBI. Had done a whole case, had found him guilty for fraud and spousal abuse. And I was then told, well, actually his command can decide what to do about this. They can court-martial him and, hold a trial and have him be held accountable, or they can as much as just like brush it off and let him go. So a commander who has no idea about really everything that's been going on has the power, after he's found guilty by this special investigations unit, to just let it go. And that's exactly what they did. I got a call from his commander at the time, and she said, well, we're retiring him. So they retired him. They wanted him out and washed their hands of him. He had done 25 years at that point. And she said, we handled it administratively. He's served a long time and we don't want him to lose his pension. And I just started crying, and I said, I mean, you're letting him go. He's dangerous and he's now mad and he's going to come around and like, who knows what he's going to do. They didn't care. They just let him go. Law enforcement, hysterical wife. So one specific story is what I call the first physical altercation. He had been he had been emotionally and psychologically abusive in like the first couple of years in the relationship. But then once we moved down to Florida, everything unraveled. And when the military retired him, everything unraveled. His behavior became increasingly erratic. He was addicted to pain pills. He was just, I don't know, it got very, very scary. And one night he picked a fight with me over something about Facebook, and he left the house and proceeded to blow up my phone via text, that he's drunk, that he's out at strip clubs and he's surrounded by gorgeous women and he's just so drunk. And this went on for hours. And I kept saying, if this is what's happening, if this is what you're doing, don't come home. I don't want you to come home like this. Middle of the night, he ignored me, of course, came back, and he went into our master bedroom and locked me out. And when I was standing at that bedroom door, I could hear the of a gun chambering. So I ran to the front of the house. and was on the stoop calling 911. And next thing I know, out the garage door opens and out he walks with our son William, who was only 2 at the time, took him out of his crib, got in the car, put William on his lap, and instinctively I jumped into the car and I was crying and saying, leave the baby out of it, just please give me the baby. He peeled out and sped up the street, stopped and raised his fist and said, if you don't get out of this car right now, I'm going to punch you in your face. And there were expletives involved as well. And I'd never seen at that point that kind of blank, dark look, and his face looked changed. And I knew he was serious. And again, I was traumatized. I had no idea. I'd never experienced anything like this. I jumped out of the car and he peeled around the corner. So I started running through the streets, screaming for my neighbors, please help me. He's got my child. He's got my child. I thought he was driving off and kidnapping him. And then I thought, well, I had called 911, so I'll go back to the house. Well, I get back. He had gone around the corner and got home, put William back in the crib. The cops come up and he's got they're military coins. The units kind of trade them, and he had a whole bunch of them. So he went inside, got his military coins, and was out there, passing them out to the police and buddying up to them. And I'm a war veteran from Iraq, which wasn't even true because he was never in Iraq. He never fought. So he was lying to them. I come up, and keep in mind, I'm like bawling hysterically, freaking out, traumatized. I had never experienced anything like this before. And it was clear right from the start that I came up on the police that they were already snowed by him. One did pull me aside, and it was like more like of a veteran officer, and said, I've seen this before. If he didn't hit you this time, he'll hit you next time. Go get a temporary restraining order. But they said, call your parents. And my parents lived a mile away. You and the boys, you and your children need to leave the house. He has nowhere to go. So he needs to stay in the house, and you and the children need to leave. They didn't make him go to a hotel. They didn't do anything to really separate the situation except put it on me to leave the house with my children in the middle of the night, completely traumatized. So yeah, that was a big flag to me that I was being viewed as the hysterical wife, and there was nothing. It was completely out of my control. There was nothing I could do about it. That's how I was viewed. Judges and victim blaming. So a couple anecdotes from that. After the shooting, the divorce started to go through, because at the time of the shooting, our divorce case had stalled. Then all of a sudden they kicked it up and wanted to expedite it to get me divorced from him. We were in a room with a judge, and she was looking over all the papers. He's in his jumpsuit and shackles, and I have a giant splint on my arm from the shooting. And she's looking at the papers and she goes, oh, you served 25 years in the Air Force? And he said, yes, ma'am. And she's like, thank you for your service. And I just was like, what? And so I like put my arm on the table and just like glared at her. It was inconceivable to me that a judge would thank him for his service when we were there to get divorced because he had shot me. I had so many examples of that. One magistrate had said that she felt bad for our son with us as parents, as if I had done something wrong in this situation. I was made to feel like I had perpetrated some of this and or was at fault for some of what was going on, when it really was all him. We did have a child protective services case. My ex had given him, we believe, maybe Ambien. My son, he was 3. He was hallucinating. And you know your child, you know when something's wrong. And called the police, called 911. A sheriff came with paramedics. We went to the hospital. The sheriff came with us to the hospital. And I remember we were sitting in the room and he was standing by the nurse's station and he kind of subtly like motioned for me to come over. And I said, I went over and he said, lowly, like, is everything okay at home? And I said, no, we're not safe. And he said, well, okay, we're going to get you out of this. There's going to be a child services investigator at your house when you get home. You know, we're gonna get you out of this. So this is a situation where something was handled right. When we got home, the investigator was there. She was tough as nails, and we call her the guardian angel because she really did get me out of the situation. She separated us and talked to me and said, pack 2 bags, take your son, go to your parents. If I find out you went back to him, I'm taking your son. Which sounds harsh, but at the moment I was like, thank you. And I said, that's all I need to hear. I'm out of here. Like I'm not going back. And then she said to him that the state was bringing charges against him and that he would have to have unsupervised visits. That case went on for 9 months. He had a 10-step program of various things he needed to complete in order to get unsupervised visits. He pretty much blew off the program. He wasn't really seeing our son, but they really wanted to close the case after 9 months. He wasn't even complete with his program, but they just wanted to close it. And I remember the representative saying to me, do you think that he would actually do you think he would harm William? And I said, well, I'm the target and William is little and he's with me all the time. So yes, I do think Will's in danger, but they didn't care. They wouldn't listen. And they closed the case anyway. Same with the guardian ad litem during the CPS case. In my situation, completely worthless, is supposed to be the voice of the child, but seemed to believe him over me. I explained the abuse and I used words like sociopathic. I had, just kind of learned the hard way about that. They wouldn't really listen either. Same with the child visitation supervisor. She was snowed by him. They would be late dropping my son off all the time. She was complicit in it. And when I tell you that all of these people reached out after the shooting and apologized profusely, our child services rep came to our house. My dad and I were like screaming at her. All of these are examples of people that are in authority, people of authority were able to stop this. They could have stopped this at any point. It was preventable. All of it was preventable, but we're a reactionary society, not proactive. And unfortunately, it wasn't until after the shooting that then everybody jumped on to now he needs to be held accountable. Well, it took almost murdering, 3 members of my family for him to be held accountable. So we need to do better. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir. We need to do a lot better by survivors and victims of domestic violence. Am I good? Okay. So the good news is I did find my voice finally. I actually, from my hospital bed after the shooting, really, I remember in my head saying, like, I'm not going to be silent about this. I'm going to talk about it. This is his fault. I carried a lot of guilt right after the shooting, a lot of guilt that I needed to work through, but I did still have it in my head that I did know it was his fault and that it was preventable. And the only way that we can make change is by sharing these stories. And this is my lived experience. This is literally what happened every step of the way. And, you know, maybe, who knows, by telling it, it'll get to the right people, it'll change one life. That was my goal. So friends had started a love and support page for me on Facebook as kind of a ground zero for people that wanted to know about what had happened, what was going on. And I took over the page literally as soon as I got back home from the hospital after 4 days. And I just started posting. I posted, you know, my arm to show the splint. I posted about what had happened, and it became almost like a blog for me. And little by little, I just started growing a nice little following, and it's almost, 5,600 now. So, and it took a long time, but it's really like a whole anthology on one page about what happened. And I was never going to stay silent about it. In around 2014, I got pulled into the gun violence prevention movement. I was involved with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America and Everytown for Gun Safety. And then many other, like the Brady Campaign, Giffords. There's a whole bunch of organizations now, like, doing grassroots work in this space. But I began to get called to tell my story in various panels and, like in the media, and because my story it's common, but it's uncommon that somebody actually lives through this, and that I can be a voice for people who aren't here anymore, that this is what happens. And so the gun violence prevention movement at that time was really a big catalyst for me to begin sharing my story and sharing my truth and just getting the word out there about what happened. Some of the highlights, I'm in 2 different documentaries. One is called Finding Jen's Voice. If you haven't heard of it, I would highly, highly recommend you watching it. It's about 10 years old now. But the director wanted to share about how dangerous it is when women are pregnant and in a domestic violence situation, that domestic violence is the #1 reason of homicide or of death for women during pregnancy, not medical issues. They're dying because abusers are killing them. So that was her thing, but she found 11 survivors of various forms of domestic violence, and mine was one of them. It's extremely educational. I learned so much just from being in it and watching it and going to screenings about who these guys are and what signs to look for. So I would highly recommend checking that out. And then I was also in Making a Killing, Guns, Greed, and the NRA. That highlighted several different forms of gun violence. Our story was featured for domestic violence. That's from Brave New Films. And I mean, these I did within the first 2 years after the shooting. So the advocacy began pretty much right away. And as Paula said, yes, I've spoken many times in front of on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. My son has been with me every step of the way. He's been at rallies right next to me. He's been on the Capitol steps right next to me. I've been involved in press conferences from various politicians regarding the Violence Against Women Act and reauthorizing it. All of this stuff just started building over the years. So we're coming up on 11 years on November 2nd. And I look back on this decade of advocacy, and I don't know how I've done it. I don't know how I've had the energy to do it and to stand in front of people and tell the story, but it was always something that was important to me right from the start. I released a book in October 2019. I have a co-author, Elisa Devine, and she approached me. I had met her. I think she found me. And she asked if she could help me write the book. I'm an English major. I'm in marketing. I can write, but this was something I knew that I couldn't do alone. It's just too much to tackle. Going back there is much too hard, and it would be too much. So we did like many interviews throughout the process, and then she would put it to words and I would edit it. And that resulted in my book that I'm really proud of. I just wanted a place where the whole entire story is in it, and I have it like that. I didn't care about, big sales or whatever, but I'm really proud of the work that we did with the book. I have been told that once you start the book, you can't put it down. I've been told that it needs to be a Netflix series or a Hulu series, just because the story is very compelling. So, yeah, I'm really proud of it. And lastly, as I said, it's almost 11 years, and sadly, my story is as relevant as ever. And I was naive a decade ago, thinking that sharing my story and, talking and screaming from the rafters would make quick change, but change just is not happening very quickly. And so sadly, as I stand here today, my story of a decade ago is just as relevant as ever. Us today, just real quick, we're doing really, really, really well. I'm happy to say. My parents, they've been married for 55 years. They've been traveling the world, making the most of all of it. My dad, unfortunately, his left arm didn't recover so well, probably because of his age and just the nature of the wound. It looks atrophied in the way he holds his hand. So he is disabled in his left hand to this day. My son, William, is incredible. When I say this boy was 4 and witnessed his own father shooting his grandfather and his mother, and to who he is today, children can go down many, many paths by the time they're teenagers if they've experienced early childhood trauma. But we pulled together as a family. He was always surrounded by love and compassion, and we didn't hide the story from him. He witnessed it. We didn't change anything. It wasn't the deep, dark family secret. And today he's 15. He's a freshman. Plays soccer. He's a goalie on the soccer team. He skis. His grades he's doing real well. I just can't say enough about my son. And the biggest part is that he is compassionate and empathetic, and he's just a really, really good kid. And I know moms always say that, but I mean it. He's a special, special boy. Me, I'm, a full-time mom. I'm in marketing, and I'm living in Massachusetts, which was a bucket list goal. My parents had moved from Florida up to Rockport, Massachusetts, which is where I live. I spent summers there with my grandmother. It's a little cute coastal fishing town, and couldn't be happier with that decision. It was the best decision that I've ever made. Advocate and activist against domestic and gun violence. I did say I'm hoping the story gets picked up by Netflix. I just want more eyes on this. I just think it's really important. Trauma doesn't leave you ever. It just gets easier to process. It's been a long journey. It's been a long process, and I've had ups and downs. I've fallen down, gotten back up, but I'm here today, and it's a part of my story, but as my dear friend Jen and I talked about, it doesn't define me. It's not Kate, the gun violence survivor anymore. I'm more dynamic than that, and it's a long journey, but you can get there. Lastly, my support system's everything. I can't say enough about how lucky I am to have the family that I have and the friends that I have that helped me and never turned away from me every step of the way. I know a lot of survivors don't have the support systems in place, and that's why a lot of women can't leave. And I don't take that for granted either. I was able to leave because of the support system that I had. So I'm thankful for that every day. And with that, I'm like, my mouth's all dry. Do we want to do Q&A or? Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Round of applause for sure. I think this is an excellent opportunity to do some Q&A. And so I'm going to bring the mic out just so that everyone can hear.
There's no questions that are off limits, by the way.
Yeah.
You can ask me anything. I'm very open and transparent.
Questions? Oh, I'm going to come all the way out here and no one's going to ask a question. Well, I do have one question, and then maybe you can think of some questions too. One question that I have is, talking about your gun violence advocacy, prevention advocacy. Oh, there's your water. There you go.
Oh, thank you so much.
What would you like to see happen? I know that's a big question, but specifically for domestic violence victims, and when it comes to the high rate of gun violence that they are experiencing, what is your wish list that you could see happen?
If it were up to me, if a man on the first offense shows that he is violent to the people that he purportedly loves and has guns, and it will use them against the people that they love, their guns should just be taken. Right? It's like, these guys get chance after chance after chance. And in many states, I know I've learned about in Missouri, even under a temporary restraining order, I don't know about actual restraining orders, but like under temporary, they can't take the guns. So here you have a woman who's leaving. She's in the most dangerous time of her life. And this man is armed. And he's already shown that he is violent and willing to kill her. So it just makes no sense to me why we have this ongoing debate about whether abusers should have access to guns or not. Of course not. Of course not. And it should be immediate. The consequences should be harsh and immediate. We're way too lenient, unfortunately.
Thank you. All right. Questions from the audience? James.
Thank you for sharing your story.
You're welcome.
I have a question about the military piece of it. My husband was in the Marine Corps for 30 years, and I'm an advocate and I work near a military post. And so I know the circle the wagons mentality. It's gotten better, but it's very difficult to navigate. Did you find any support through like an Army Community Services family advocacy program or anything like that? Or were you aware of it at all?
I wasn't even aware of it. Subsequently, I've actually partnered with the military in the last 2 years. The undersecretary from the Air Force, long story about how she came to find me, but she did. And she was so horrified by my story and what happened and what the military didn't do, and that I had no resources and no support at all, that she moved some mountains and cut through some red tape to actually get me transitional compensation, which wasn't even a program at the time. So the answer is 10 years later, I'm now getting some help from the military a decade later. At the time, I had no idea of any resources. His command didn't tell me about I can't even remember the acronym of what the advocacy group is, but I do know from other survivors that across the board, they were not helpful. That many survivors felt like, again, they were the hysterical wife and that the military member was protected. It's unfortunate.
I was just wondering about your older son. So whatever happened with him, was he able to kind of be in like a safer position as well?
So his name is Henry. He was not, thankfully, he was not there at the time of the shooting. As I said, I had made the choice for him to go live with his dad. So at the time of the shooting, thank God he was not in that room, because I have every reason to believe that had Henry been there, my ex-husband would have shot and killed him right in front of me to torture me. So yeah, he still lives with his father. It's a complicated situation, as you can imagine. You know, sure he has a lot of questions, but yeah, I mean, it was very, very difficult and sad collateral damage, unfortunately.
Can you kind of speak a little bit about the steps you took when you were trying to get away and what you think people working in these fields could have done to help you more?
The steps I took to get away?
Yeah, you kind of alluded to like the year and a half when you were trying to get away before the shooting.
Right. So like I said, that one officer pulled me aside and said, go get a restraining order. And so that next morning, my dad went with me to the courthouse, and that was a whole scary situation in and of itself. I had to fill out really confusing paperwork, and there was no advocate in there to help me navigate that paperwork and make sure I was checking the right boxes, and you know, that my narrative, I was traumatized while doing it. And but I somehow did it right. I was granted a temporary restraining order that very next day. And one thing, actually, I'll sidetrack real quick about the temporary restraining order in Florida, was that the police were, once he was served with the restraining order, the police were able to go into the home and seize all the weapons in the house. But they also told me in the next breath that he could legally, just so you know, he can go out and buy a gun tomorrow legally. So here I am doing the things I'm supposed to do. I just left like they tell us to do. I went and got a restraining order. They removed his guns, but then he can go get a gun legally the next day. So, but that was the first step I took. He kind of bailed out of Florida because he was still active duty, and he went back up to the DC area. So I wasn't like day-to-day dealing with him, but I unfortunately did fall back with him one time within that year and a half. As we know, I think the statistic is it takes a woman 7 to 9 times to leave her abuser. I did fall back once. I was very vulnerable. My life had completely fallen apart when everything went crazy. Our house was in foreclosure. My car had been repossessed. I had accrued debt during the marriage that he said that he would help me pay down, but never did. So I was just in a very vulnerable situation, and he reached out, even though there was a temporary restraining order, and he was able to sweet talk me and manipulate me into putting our family back together, because he wanted us to just be a family, and it was only one bad night. And unfortunately, I fell for it. Not blaming myself. It was a difficult situation, but 3 months into it is when he gave my son the sleeping pill, and that sent me out the door again. So it was kind of like several different circumstances that led to me ultimately leaving, and him directly harming my son was the thing that I just I was never going to fall back again. But the whole system, it's a very difficult process, as we know, to remove ourselves and our children from our abuser.
Where can we find your book?
On Amazon, actually, just type in the search Killing Kate, Kate Ranta, and that it'll come up. It's Kindle, hardcover, and paperback.
And I highly recommend it.
I had a question about the military. Again, I have a friend that's currently going through something similar, and he is in the reserves and
Mhm.
they're refusing to do anything. And he's been in jail, but he's still in the reserves and still goes. I didn't know if you had any like advice or tips of how to handle that with the military, or where to go to get help with that, because
That's so hard, because I had no support in the military, and my experience was that they will take care of their own. And no matter what bad things they do, they will cover for their soldier. And I wish that I could say differently. What I will say is that at least in the Air Force and under the former undersecretary and some of the work that she did, I know one of the things that they removed was allowing commanders to make the ultimate decision on what to do. And I think that is actually a very big step. And that was definitely directly related to my story, because the command just let him go and let him retire instead of doing something. So I know at least in the Air Force, that's a step they're taking, but the military is so far behind as far as help for victims and even any resources. And I wish that I had better advice to give, but it's just, they've got a long way to go.
My question is, you talked a lot about how these people in power being reactive instead of proactive when it comes to domestic violence. Do you think these establishments should be reprimanded for their lack of action?
100%. Absolutely.
And do you think that will ever be a reality?
I mean, I've been screaming this story for a decade and trying to expose what's happening in these these places of authority. There's just so much power that they have. I don't know how that change can be made across the board, but I've said many times in my journey that I feel like the family court system in particular should just be like burned to the ground or bulldozed and start back up again, because they're not helping. And I do feel that many of the authority figures in my situation should absolutely have been held to some account, and they just wipe their hands clean. They move them around. They're not held accountable. And I would love to see it in my lifetime. I'm about to turn 51 on Sunday, so I'm hoping that I'll see some change in my lifetime. But I do believe that those authority figures should be held accountable if something goes wrong, if people are shot and killed or shot and survive.
What advice do you give to survivors that have been fighting for restraining orders for themselves, their children, and been refused?
What advice? I mean, I don't want to say anything cliche like don't give up, but because it's a hard fight. And unfortunately, I know far too many people that have, raised by their fight. But I think only
Oh, I broke the mic. I talk too much. But yes, I don't want to say don't give up, keep fighting, because there's situations where you can't. You're literally in a situation that's a losing battle. And you have to be gentle with yourself and just understand that we are doing the best that we can, and just stand in your truth, and hopefully things will start changing. But it's really hard to give advice to victims and survivors and give hope, because we are let down so many times. And I hate to sound like a Debbie Downer, because I'm an example, and other survivor friends of mine are examples of, you can get your life back, you can, but you have to go through hell and you have to go through battle to get there. And that's just an unfortunate reality.
All right. We have one from Zoom here. Amanda Clark asks, how did you find the mental strength to work through the trauma after the fact and stay present in daily life?
That was a long journey. I was not present in daily life for many, many years after the shooting. I don't think I actually started to kind of come around until really maybe COVID in 2020, where I was forced to be home and be settled and, feel really safe in my home with my son. And then the move to Massachusetts really changed my life. But in the beginning, I was not present in my life. I was in survivor mode, and that's not a nice place to be. I was in anger for probably 4 years after the shooting. It's just a process that you have to stick with and not bury and not pretend it didn't happen. And I think that's been the greatest thing for me, was to find my voice, get the help that I needed, and just understand that I'm not going to suddenly just be okay. And it's going to take a while. It's hard to find the strength, but I think survivors, they've got it in them and they need to find it. And that's what I'm doing today.
Good morning.
Hi.
I am curious about your ex-husband's parents, and did they offer any support? Were they in denial? Did they protect him?
They did nothing. He was already estranged from his father when I met him. He had some story about why they were estranged. He actually ironically called his dad a sociopath. So I didn't even know his dad. His stepmom would send birthday presents to William and Henry in those years that we were married. He did talk to his mother, but after the shooting, silence. His father, of course, never reached out. The stepmother didn't reach out. His mother didn't reach out. I had a friend call her and say, do you know what your son did? And told her, and she said, don't ever call here again. And during the trial, I'll say that they did play jailhouse tapes between my ex and his mother. And she was like, Tommy, have you made any friends in there? Are they feeding you okay? Like, he was away at summer camp. So there was definitely major things off with that family that I probably didn't even know about. One thing I will say now that I've thought of it is that the one thing the state of Florida did right was they revoked my ex's parental rights to William. so I was able to change William's last name to my last name. But he fought that, and yeah, his family, they were just never involved.
Are there any other questions? Oh, okay. Got a few more.
I have a lot of questions, but pick one. So this is a tough question, and I fully respect your answer. And I imagine a lot of us here work with victims, work with survivors. So I'm curious as to for finding peace, for finding healing, what role would you say forgiving your abuser has?
I have been asked that before. It is a loaded question. I am not in a place where forgiveness is something that I feel I need to give him in order to find peace. I've found it in different ways. I don't think what he did is forgivable. I don't think what he did to my family is forgivable. And I think, and again, this is my opinion, that we put too much emphasis on the idea of forgiveness as a reason, as a way, or maybe the only path to finding peace and moving on. I found it in my own way in different ways, and I'm okay with, at this point, saying, no, I don't forgive him. But thanks for the question. I have been asked that, and it is a tough one, but that's my truth.
Hi, I just want to say thank you again for sharing your story. It's been very moving. I am curious, do you have any advice to parents on how to talk to their teenagers and even young adults about domestic violence awareness, intimate partner violence awareness, and just what to look out for, as well as, hey, this is not great of maybe what you're doing?
I'll just say that I, just as a parent myself, and now, having a 15-year-old son who, he had his first little girlfriend last year at the end of 8th grade. And even as, when he was in elementary school, I always had very open conversations with him about behaviors that I experienced with his father, and explaining to him like why this controlling behavior isn't okay. And that's evolved a little bit as he's gotten a little older. But as the mom of a boy and as a domestic violence survivor myself, I've stressed out about it a lot over the years. Is society going to get to him over the things that I tell him? But I've felt so much pressure to make sure that, he doesn't become an abuser himself, or that he doesn't, display those kinds of behaviors. But at the same time, we have to educate them about like what's not okay for them, in his situation, for a girl or whatever to do to him, and what that he needs to look for. And he did navigate that in his first little romance. I guess she was a little bit controlling about when he spent time with his friends and stuff. And he broke up with her and ran. And I was like, there you go. I taught you right. But I think we need to be very, very open with our teenagers. And even way before then, I think we need to be talking about healthy relationships as early as elementary school. As I said earlier on, we didn't talk about it when I was growing up. I didn't have the tools. I didn't have the language. I didn't know what I was facing. And I think we're doing a big, big disservice to young people if we don't talk about it. So yeah, my advice is just be open and educate them as much as possible, so they know what to look for.
Okay, I think we're going to have one final question from our online group.
Okay.
All right. So one of the online participants asked, how long did it take you to stop questioning or bargaining your reality, gaslighting yourself, or did you do that at all?
Oh, yeah. I touched on the guilt that I felt after the shooting, and I was very harsh with myself. The idea that, you go through this tape in your head, like, I allowed this person into my space and into my precious family, and he did this, and I could have lost my father. I could have lost my son. I would get more upset about them than about myself. That both of them, my dad was 68 by that time, and like, he lived his whole life peacefully. And, for him to have to go through this just gutted me. And then the same with my young child. I mean, he's 4, his little life has barely started, and he's experienced early childhood trauma and seen things that no 4-year-old should have to see, and becoming kind of like a little protector and like feeling protective of me. And that's just not a role that a little child should have to. And that went on for years. It's not, so I definitely had a lot of blame and shame on myself, a lot of guilt. And it took a lot of work and a lot of therapy and, a lot of conversations with my family where, we stuck together and like kind of worked through like some of the nuances of it ourselves. It was very difficult, but I definitely, it was bad. The blame and the guilt was crushing at first, but I just had to work through it.
Thank you. So we'll wrap up this session. Kate, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Good morning. All right, everyone, we're going to get started with our next presentation. First, I wanted to share with you all, because the topics that we're discussing today are really heavy, that we do have a trauma-informed advocate here that's available to talk to anyone who would like to talk to someone. Dr. Glass, she's standing up here in this corner waving at you. She is with Cornerstone Psychology Services. I'm so sorry about that. So if you would like to talk to her, she's up here right now. She also has a table out in the vendor area, and so you can stop by anytime if you'd like to talk to a trauma-informed advocate. Our next speakers are here with Called to Peace Ministries, and I wanted to share a little bit about what led us to ask them to come present with us today. I am with the Greene County Family Justice Center, and we have a group of survivors called Voices that advocate on behalf of other survivors and really help us, find gaps in services and those types of things. And one of the things that keeps coming up when we talk about the experience of survivors in our community is that a lot of times abusers will use someone's faith against them in their abuse. And so we know that here in Springfield, we have such a strong faith community, and it's so important to engage the faith community and faith leaders when we talk about domestic violence, because they have such an important role in our community. So I would like to introduce Dan Beck and Lynn Sutherland with Called to Peace Ministries. They're going to talk a little bit about their work in engaging the church. And then Abigail Kuhl, who is the director of our local Women's Medical Respite, is here also to assist. So I will welcome them to the stage.
Well, thank you, Jamie. It is a privilege to be here. And I think Kate maybe left, but I was listening to her speak and I thought there's no way that this is her first keynote address. It was fantastic. Grateful for her story, her willingness to be sharing and advocating in that way. I'm just curious, like, who all is represented here? If you don't mind humoring me for just a second. Law enforcement, anybody here? Okay, I see a few. How about CPS or social workers? Anybody? Healthcare workers? All right. Therapists, mental health specialists? All right. Anybody from the faith community? All right, a few of you. All right, and so how many of you have worked in supporting a victim that's been connected to a faith community? A lot of you. How many of you have seen the faith community care well for the victim in that situation? A couple. All right. My name's Dan Beck. As Jamie mentioned, I am married to my wife, Shannon. We have 5 daughters. I've spent almost 30 years in pastoral ministry, youth and family ministry, primarily during that time. Worked with abuse victims, many times the kids in those situations. Our home was often open to these families, the victims. I can remember changing locks on victims' houses when they would flee, different things like that. But it was in my last church that I served in the state of Indiana. I became aware of a domestic abuse situation that highly controlling relationship, high profile families in the church. And I thought, this is going to get messy. And so I went to the elders, to the leadership of the church and explained what was going on. They wanted to get involved, which I thought was a bad idea, and ended up connecting them with a ministry called the Peace Ministries. And they came in and started working with the leadership. I wish I had a great story to tell out of that. It got really messy and complicated. But it was out of that Call to Peace ended up offering me just a part-time position that eventually morphed into full-time. And I now oversee the church partnership program for this ministry. We're going to talk a little bit more about the church partnership program as we get into this, but I don't know of any other organization that does what we do in terms of trying to support churches and the faith community in this, in bringing awareness to these issues of domestic abuse. And so privileged as well to have Lynn Sutherland and Abby presenting with me today, and I'm going to let them introduce a little bit of themselves as well.
My name is Lynn Sutherland. My name is Lynn.
Speak into the
Okay. My name is Lynn Sutherland and I'm deaf, so I have an interpreter over there helping us out too. I'm a survivor out of domestic violence, a long marriage. I'm divorced. I have an adult daughter now. I didn't get out until 2018, and right before that, I attended my church with my ex and found out my ex just didn't think that God really existed, that he was God instead. So when I went to a women's shelter, I started searching for a church that would accept and become domestic violence trauma informed. There weren't any. So the first church I went to convinced me that I needed to save my marriage, that I was at fault. When I joined Call to Peace, I didn't know a whole lot about advocacy and coercive control. So anyway, I started taking those courses and I did support group leadership. I support survivors all over the world online. And I've lived in North Carolina since 1997. I'm originally from Colorado. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abigail Cool, and I'm here today to partially help Lynn, but she doesn't need any help. She's really amazing. She came from North Carolina on her own, and she's done an amazing job. She's an advocate and a support group leader for the deaf. I'm also here to share not my whole story because that's not what we're here for today, but I did want to share enough so that when you ask questions, you'll know that I have the background to be able to answer anything and everything regarding abuse and spiritual abuse and how to respond appropriately. Just very generally speaking, the man that I married was he had a lot of experiences from God. And by the time I left, he believed he was a prophet of God. And he would have visions, allegedly, that I was doing things I ought not to do, which were not true. And some of the accusations were spiritual adultery for talking to either another pastor in the church asking for help, or even just talking to a family member. In other words, that was the isolation to scare me into not talking to anyone else other than him. And it broke me down over the years because my faith in God was very tender, very sincere, very, I would say, very honest. And that is exactly what he exploited. Reading a devotional, I would be accused of having a relationship with Christ, that I wasn't in love with him enough. And I'm like, that's really bizarre. But by the time by the time I left, I have to back up. I did entreat several of my faith leaders. In one particular horrible incident with the abuser, I was shamed on the floor, literally almost on my face, being battered, humiliated in front of 4 church leaders who did not stop him. And then afterward, I was admonished and scolded. You're just not sufficiently submissive, or your husband wouldn't have to do that to you. That's just one incident of many. By the time I left, my 5 children believed their mother was mentally ill, spiritually adulterous, rebellious, and possessed of demons. And I had lost the connection with my children because of it. I had lost my church family because I was rebellious, saying, I can't take this anymore. And then I dove right into, out of a cult situation, into the legal system. And it was horrible. I had no one to turn to. So in 2009, I escaped in 2006. In 2009, I just somebody's got to educate these faith leaders and the legal system on how to help victims. I was not believed. I was traumatized, seen as the crazy one. Submit? What are you talking about, submit in the secular world? Well, I don't proclaim submission, but if the secular world doesn't understand the culture of the church, then they can't help them. So there's a lot of systemic barriers, especially that faith women victims experience. And, the statistic is it takes 7 tries for a woman to escape. I will tell you, I don't have the research to back it up yet. Hopefully I can get it soon. But it takes probably 7 times 7 the attempts for a woman of faith to escape, because the power of God, the power of the misuse of God and the word is so strong that she is scared to death to disobey God, to leave. So we are here today to help equip the faith community so that they can see, detect, have better support systems in place, and also to educate the secular world that the faith community has a vital role in working together with us to make changes for victims. How many of you have heard the Warren Jeffs story out of Arizona, Utah? Okay, the first counselor I met said your story is almost exactly the same. So I just want to importune you to spread the word that this ministry is available because it's extremely needed. Thank you for your time.
All right, we're going to talk before we get into our material here. We want to talk a little bit about Call to Peace Ministries because a lot of people have not heard of us. The ministry started in 2015. Joy Forrest is the founder and executive director of this ministry. She was the survivor of a nearly lethal 23-year marriage. Started a support group. Her grand vision was to do a support group for victims. And very quickly after she had started that support group, she realized that the churches that these ladies were coming from didn't understand what was going on. She happened to know a pastor in the area that did understand the dynamics of domestic abuse. And so she started working with him and having him support these women in their churches. And that launched the Church Partnership Program. Since that time, we've grown over 900%. We're working in every state and 16 different countries. So we'll talk about all the different services and ministries that we provide, but I want to talk a little bit about this word comprehensive. I don't know of any other organization that's doing quite what we're doing, particularly as it relates to the faith community. And so I'm going to let Lynn talk and Abby talk a little bit about the advocacy and support groups.
The advocacy course is offered online and in person, some places, but it's a year-long program. Dr. Deborah Ringfield and Joy Forrest run the program. It's about 100 hours for a year. And it helped me learn how to deal with my own healing process. We have 80 active advocates throughout 50 states and 6 countries now. We're always looking for more. Dr. Deborah wants an army for worldwide to know about the coercive control and how advocacy classes can help.
So one of the attributes or features of Call to Peace is they want to train advocates and support group leaders. And hopefully have some advocates within each congregation so that victims know who to go to when they're experiencing abuse within the church. And it is critical to have trained advocates. Having good intentions, helping a victim in a situation of power and control can put them in danger. So the support groups in this instance are actually the curriculum is the Word of God. Joy Forrest wrote a book called To Peace. That is the name of the book. There's a workbook that goes with it. And as many times the Word of God is what is used as the weapon or controlling mechanism. And so victims often have a horrible time regaining their faith. Their faith has been damaged, if not ripped from them. I honestly threw my Bible in a bonfire because it was so hurtful to read it afterward. And I have no guilt. I really don't. Anyway, so back to the support groups, this workbook and book actually reframe the scriptures so that the women realize God hates oppression. He does not condone submission to oppression and so we work with the women. I'm a support group leader. I'm not presently, but I have been, and I've gone through their training through Call to Peace. And so we facilitate with the women what they're processing and just gently guide and encourage into what the word actually says. And I'm not going to go into pontificating about how scriptures are twisted, but they are. And so we help women untangle that. I think that's all. Is there anything else you'd like?
No, that's good. Thank you, Abby. Yeah. And so let me talk just briefly about the church partnership, and we'll talk even more about this if we have time at the end. But, domestic abuse is one of the most complex, counterintuitive issues that church leaders, faith leaders will ever encounter. And it's very difficult for them to discern what's happening, especially if they have not been informed about trauma and domestic abuse. And we all know the impacts on families becomes generational. And there's just these patterns that are created and generated from generation to generation. And so the church partnership then exists to support churches in identifying and responding to these particular situations. You know, when I started with Call to Peace in 2021, there were, I think, 5 liaisons serving in the church partnership program, just part-time volunteers in many cases, and serving, you know, they also serve as pastors, as biblical counselors, as different ministry leaders. And currently we have around 20 liaisons now serving in all of these different countries and stuff. We're actually developing a network of liaisons in 3 different African countries as well. So excited about the growth and the opportunities that we're receiving. But the way that we do this is through consultations. So churches that are struggling with situations, they're trying to discern what's actually happening in this relationship, they can reach out to us. We'll walk with them through that. And, you know, we're not an organization that thinks abuse lives under every rock, though we know it's very, very prevalent and far more prevalent than most churches acknowledge. And so, you know, we'll help them discern, is this domestic abuse or is this just an everyday marriage conflict? And then if it is abuse, we'll help them understand what are the steps that you can take to support the victim, to protect her. How do you engage the perpetrator in a way that's also productive and helpful? We also do trainings. In fact, we're doing one tomorrow. This is just kind of whetting the appetite for that, but we call this our Protect the Flock training. It's our introductory training on identifying and responding to domestic abuse. And so Abby can give you details on that later. I'm not even sure where it is, but I'm just going wherever I'm told tomorrow. But we are providing that. We provide that all over the country for churches that are interested in that. And then just ongoing support. You know, these situations are complex. When you get involved in churches, you're dealing with not just the victim and the perpetrator, but oftentimes the family as well, the extended family. And this it's like dropping a bomb in most congregations. The potential for conflict and division within the church, it can really become very chaotic and very, very messy. And so our team of liaisons will walk with churches through those situations, helping write policies and procedures, all kinds of different things. If you want to know more about that or want to connect me with a church, you can come see me at the table later. We've got lots of information. I'll give you a business card and all that. So why should the faith community care about domestic abuse? We're going to talk first about some theological reasons. And it's really pretty simple. First of all, that God hates oppression and injustice. Scripture's full of it when we understand domestic abuse as a form of oppression. And I really like this word oppression as it relates to the faith community. Psalm 9:9, the Lord is a stronghold for the oppressed. Psalm 10:17, O Lord, you hear the desire of the afflicted. You will strengthen their heart. You will incline your ear to do justice to the fatherless and the oppressed, so that man who is of the earth may strike terror no more. Psalm 55 describes an oppressor with this: his speech was smooth as butter, yet war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet they were drawn swords. Scripture actually has a lot to say about this. 2 Timothy 3, for people will be lovers of self, lovers of money, proud, arrogant, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, heartless, unappeasable, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not loving good, treacherous, reckless, swollen with conceit, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having the appearance of godliness, but denying its power. And in the faith community, if that doesn't describe an abuser, I don't know what does. The appearance of godliness, building this public image, this facade that he can hide behind, which makes it very, very difficult for a victim to come forward and be believed, because the person that she describes is so different from the person that other people know. You know, in Scripture too, the abuser could be described as having a hard heart. It's filled with pride, self-worship, words that are often used to describe an abuser like fool, scoffer, stiff-necked, or proud. You know, and I want to point out too that when scripture talks about oppression, most often it refers to the oppression brought about by those in leadership within the very country of Israel or Judah at the time. Right now, if you're familiar with Bible history, you know that there were times when the nation of Israel has been oppressed by nations outside of itself, Egypt, Assyria, and others. But most often when scripture is talking about oppression, it's talking about oppression from within the nation. And I think there's a lot of good principles there for us, application to our own situation. You boil it down even to a marriage relationship. All right, we can, and we recognize that oppression most often occurs within the context of intimate relationships. And so I'm going to take this one step further, just briefly, and talk about what it is that is God's perspective when oppression is not addressed, and when justice is not sought for the oppressed. Several different passages. In Isaiah 1, God says that the nation's worship has become an abomination because of the evil that they're doing. All right. Obviously, we would expect God would desire worship, but he actually tells them, stop worshiping, stop offering your sacrifices. Well, what were they supposed to do to correct things? Well, he says, seek justice, correct oppression, bring justice to the fatherless, and plead the widow's cause. Not quite what we would expect. In Jeremiah 21, God is against the nation of Judah for failing to execute justice and deliver the vulnerable from oppression. Jeremiah 22, God challenges Judah to execute justice and points out that these things, that under King Josiah, things actually went well because he judged the cause of the poor and the needy. And he says that that's what it actually means to know God. Jeremiah 23, God says, woe to the shepherds who destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture. Well, how are they doing that? By not attending to or caring for them. The sheep are described as afraid and dismayed. You know, that adequately describes many of the victims that are in the faith community. They're scattered, they're afraid, they're dismayed. And then Ezekiel 34 describes God's judgment on the shepherds who have not strengthened the weak, helped the injured, and so on. Right? The sheep, again, are described as being scattered for lack of care. And so we see that God's heart is to see justice brought to these situations involving oppression. And so we recognize that the church needs to respond well to situations involving domestic abuse, or we miss the very heart of God. And we risk damaging the reputation of Christ. And I want to say, as a side note here, no matter what role you play, what organization you work for in addressing oppression, in addressing domestic abuse, when you're supporting victims and when you're confronting and holding perpetrators accountable, that's a reflection of God's heart. And it's incredibly important. And so I want that to be an encouragement to you, no matter where you're at today and what you're doing. But secondly, the faith community should be concerned about domestic abuse because abuse violates the dignity and humanity of the victim. You know, we're all image bearers of God and created in his likeness, and abuse treats people as objects and possessions, limiting their freedom, restricting their autonomy, preventing them from living in safety and security, even as we've just heard from Kate. And then third, abuse is the opposite of love. You know, God's desire for marriage is one of self-sacrificing, and abuse completely flips that on its head. 1 Corinthians 13 is probably a familiar passage to many people. It's called the love chapter. And it's in that chapter that we're given this description of love. It really is actually a description of God's character. And since we're told that God is love, you know, that's how we know what love is. And so, but that passage says that love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. But if we flip this verse on its head and replace it with the word abuse, we get a fascinating definition. So abuse is impatient and unkind. Abuse envies and boasts. It is arrogant and rude. It insists on its own way. Maybe the trademark sentence in that definition, right? Abuse insists on its own way. It's irritable and resentful. It rejoices at wrongdoing, rejects the truth. Abuse endangers others, is suspicious of others, loses hope, and does not endure. All right, now that's just the tip of the iceberg in terms of why the faith community should be interested and concerned about domestic abuse. What are some practical reasons why? And so Lynn and Abby, I'm turning this over to you again.
Right here, some practical reasons right here.
Abuse is epidemic in the church. It's 1 to 3 violence goes on. Nearly 90% of the victims are domestic violence. 55 to 65 are couples just experiencing domestic violence, and therapists don't know it. 55 and 70% of perpetrators have children in the home. More than 20,000 DV hotline calls every 1 to 4 seconds. A survey Call to Peace did of 70% disclosed abuse in their church. I was always in an abusive church, to be honest, all my life. So it's nice now not being one, and more drama and more domestic violence informed. All abuse is not illegal. It's immoral, but it's not illegal.
Mm-hmm.
The police can't do anything unless it's an arrestable case. So pastors believe in the myth that only physical it's a result of domestic violence. Domestic violence goes through so many things besides just physical. It's emotional, financial, psychological. Let's see. Okay, your turn, Dan.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. Yeah, I think what's often shocking to church leaders is to understand that the statistics for domestic abuse are no different in the church than they are in the rest of society. I talk with a lot of pastors that will say, okay, well, that may be true other places, but it's not in my church. And then we do some training, we consult with them a few times, and they'll come back and say, yeah, I'm a liar. It's quite prevalent. And we've got like 5 cases now that we're dealing with. And so it just on a practical level, it's happening, and we need to be informed about it. And another reason is that pastors are often the first people that victims will go to when they're struggling with their marriage. The thing is that they're not going to come forward and say, you know what, I'm being abused, I need help. Quite often it's, I'm really confused. They'll describe how they're constantly walking on eggshells, or their husband is just impossible to please, that he's maybe angry or has these fits of rage. And so these red flags need to be a warning sign to alert a pastor to start asking more questions and to listen well. And to understand that it takes courage for these victims to come forward. You know, it's very improbable that a victim is lying about her experience. If she is lying, she's probably lying about the severity of what she's enduring. And then lastly, a church that responds well can be an incredible catalyst for healing. Obviously, in a conference like this, we talk a lot about the negative impacts, the hard realities of domestic abuse. And certainly there's a lot of stories to tell that are negative, negative examples of ways that churches have harmed people even further in these situations. And yet, when churches get it right, when they respond well, the catalyst that becomes for healing is just profound. In many cases, this is what we see is that this is the first time that a victim is believed, that she's actually heard and she feels like she's seen. And it translates not just into a healing in her own life, but even in her own faith experience. All of a sudden, she feels like God sees me, God hears me, God cares for me. Obviously, the opposite can happen if the church responds poorly, right? She thinks God no longer sees me, God no longer cares for me. And so when a church responds well, I've been in meetings where you can almost see a physical change in the victim, in the relief that she has when she sees that her church leadership understands and is going to support her. It's just profound. I don't even have adequate words to describe that. So what should the priorities be in responding? Lynn?
Safety of the victim is number one. I know when I'm talking to a victim, the first thing I ask them is if they have a safety plan. It's important to listen well to the survivor and not judge and not make suggestions you think that she should do. Allow her to have full control. Most importantly, don't break confidence, especially in front of the abuser.
Yeah, me? Okay. Yep. And so obviously everything that we do in supporting and caring for a victim is even in working with the perpetrator, it's still with a view towards the victim's safety and well-being. But when it comes to accountability for the perpetrator, in many faith communities and many churches, the victim and the perpetrator both attend, both participate. Maybe even in many experiences, they're even involved in leadership together. And so how do we, as faith communities, as churches, how do we work with both? That's a dilemma that many churches face. And so the first thing when it comes to accountability for the perpetrator is to be aware of manipulation. And we have to be very, very careful about using checklists and timelines. What we see is that perpetrators will change their behavior for a time period, as long as there's a carrot dangling out in front of him where he knows that at the end of that time, I'm going to get this relationship back. I'm going to get my reputation restored, whatever it is, whatever he's lost, he'll get it back. And so he'll garner the support of other people pretending to change or putting on this public display, checking things off the box, but it's just a manipulative tactic at that point, and where he's actually just maybe becoming more covert. Because the reality is that accountability is going to be a threat to the entitlement that he has, and this idea that he's owed certain things that his wife, his victim, is not. Secondly, we have to look beyond the absence of abusive behavior and look for the presence of self-sacrificing, humble behavior, right? The healthy, good behaviors that are replacing the bad. True change involves not just this absence of abusive, controlling behavior, but this ongoing, it needs to be persistent. We're not looking for perfection, obviously, because none of us are, but there should be this persistent presence of self-sacrificing behavior that's concerned with the victim's needs and rights. It doesn't discount or minimize the victim's experience in the past and the struggle that she might have to trust anything that he says or does moving forward. And third, actual change will come without strings attached. I had trouble getting that word out. True change is indicated when an abuser recognizes the harm that he's done, recognizes the impact of that harm, and accepts full responsibility for not just those behaviors, but for the impact. right? And so he'll continue to make changes in his life, even if it means the loss of time with his family, the loss of maybe even the loss of those relationships. He'll change because that's what's needed, not just because he might be able to get that relationship back. And so the question often comes up then, what about reconciliation? You know, don't you value marriage, or are you just pumping divorce, right? That's a big question in the faith community. And I want to say personally, as a ministry, we value marriage. It's right to uphold marriage as something that is important and valuable, you know, but here's the thing, we don't value abusive marriages. We value healthy ones. And what we see is that so often faith communities are focused on reconciling a marriage relationship, that the health of the marriage actually becomes secondary. And so we have to be careful about coercing victims back into unsafe, unhealthy relationships. What I like to tell people is that our focus really needs to be on restoring each individual. We need to work towards the safety, the well-being, the healing of the victim. We need to provide some accountability and watch for genuine change, lasting change in the perpetrator. And then let God start to direct whatever he wants to have happen in that relationship. The fact is, there could be so much damage done in that relationship that putting it back together is never going to be possible. Another point here too is that the marriage relationship is the most vulnerable relationship that a person will have. Trust is absolutely essential, and abuse obliterates that. And so rebuilding trust, if it's even possible, is going to take time, a lot of time. And so trying to put some kind of time frame on that, well, you guys can be separated for 6 months and then you have to be back together, that's not helpful. And so we recognize that many of you here are working in community-based organizations, and yet as I quizzed you earlier, you know, I know many of you are working with those victims in the faith community. So what are some things that you should consider as you work with these victims? So, Lynn?
Priorities in responding.
Considerations for community providers. Are the notes out of order? Oh, no, that's all right.
About a case I have that isn't really through call to peace yet. Sometimes it's really hard when our friends go through this, but we have to be able to guide them in a healthy way if we can. I have a good friend of mine right now. She's in the thick of trying to figure out how to get out and keep her finances. She wants to keep her house, and she's not sure where she's going to go. But she has an education and she has a career. She's very, very smart. But I think when she's in the control of the abuser, often the victims feel very confused. They're in a brain fog. Nothing makes sense. I certainly went through that. But after they finally get out, their mind's finally clear and they realize that they're not walking on eggshells anymore. And it takes a while for us to believe that the abuse actually happened. But once we start healing and God can show us where those mistakes were made and how we can work through them, it really does help a lot.
Yeah, and I think that a couple of considerations is that recognizing that many faith communities, many churches don't really understand domestic abuse, and it's I want to say that in the vast majority of the cases where churches are harming victims, it's not malicious. it's uninformed. Now, there are some malicious churches, some malicious pastors. I'll talk about that in just a minute. But in the vast majority of these situations, the churches are not, I mean, they're genuinely sincere in trying to care well for the people in their community. They just don't know how to approach this situation. And so I think as community providers, to recognize that disconnect, that victims often experience secondary abuse in their churches. And for many victims, they say that abuse is worse than the domestic abuse they're experiencing at the hands of their perpetrator. And perhaps it's because these people that are in a position to provide help, to provide support, to provide protection, actually end up betraying them. And in many cases, punishing them, excommunicating them, leaving them without a support system, without connection to resources, loss of friendship. And I've worked with countless cases where they've been slandered, all kinds of things, lied about to people, that has eroded even the potential to find employment, to find support, to find help. But as a consequence of all of that, then a lot of victims will end up wrestling with questions about their faith on many levels. And I want to say, for those of you that are working in other organizations, other roles, working with these victims, I want you to feel free to help them understand it's okay to question. It's okay to doubt, because what they've experienced at that point does not reflect the heart of God. And they need to understand that. It could be that they've been betrayed through confidentiality that was broken. A lot of times they're blamed for what they're enduring. And like I said, rejected, kicked out. And so validate their experience as wrong and hurtful. That it's okay to wrestle with these questions, and then work to discern if the faith community is uninformed or if they're actually malicious, right? And if possible, you're all in different roles, and the connections of the faith community may be difficult for you to even get involved with, but if possible, connect the faith community with Called to Peace Ministries and our team of liaisons. We can support and work with those victims and advocate for them in their churches. But what about the situations when the perpetrator in question is actually the pastor? This happens at an alarming rate. Thankfully, still, most pastors really desire to shepherd well and are not malicious, but in some cases, the perpetrator is the pastor. And so let me just say a few things about all this. Number one, the biggest predictor of how a church will respond to a situation involving domestic abuse is the humility of the leadership. When leaders display arrogance or authoritarian leadership styles, this often translates into poor responses, and it may indicate the pastor is abusive. I was told by a pastor one time that he said to me, "I will never believe the report of a woman who comes and discloses abuse." A little digging, and it was quite clear that he was probably also a perpetrator. And so humility is going to be demonstrated by a recognition of what they don't know and a desire to learn. It may be demonstrated by a recognition of past failures and harm caused in similar situations. Secondly, recognizing the difference between church government and civil government. There's not much anyone on the outside of a faith community or church, or somebody that's not in leadership even, can really do to remove an abusive pastor, unless, of course, the law's been broken. church governments and their bylaws and constitutions are generally going to determine what a congregation can and ought to do in those kinds of situations. But the fact is, most churches don't have policies or procedures in place regarding domestic abuse. And so the bylaws really are not going to be much help in this specific area. And so as people helpers, I think it's important to have honest conversations about the nature of the pastor's leadership and to help victims understand that they don't have to endure that. Now, obviously, victims, this is in many cases, their church family, their faith community is a real lifeline. Many times victims often refer to it as their second family, sometimes even their first family. And so the loss of a church family is quite significant in a victim's life, and leaving is not going to be an easy thing to do. But if it's an abusive environment itself, they may need to be encouraged to think that through. So what can you do? Help victims see that the fallout in the church is not their fault. It's the abuser's fault. Abuse doesn't have to be, but often is a really divisive element in the churches. People are going to take sides. They're not going to understand the dynamics in play. They're not going to understand how the victim is experiencing something so heinous from this guy that they know to be such a great guy. But in church leadership, we need to recognize they can't prevent all of the fallout, but they continue to work to expose the truth, to protect and support victims, and to seek accountability for perpetrators. Secondly, we have to obviously focus on her safety and well-being. It's the number one priority, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing. Like I said, even working with perpetrators is done with a view towards her safety and well-being. And then third, we can help a victim identify what a safe faith community actually looks like and compare that ideal against what she's experiencing. Now, there's no perfect faith community. Even a faith community that is committed to responding well and is becoming informed are still going to mishandle situations from time to time just because it's so complex and so messy. But as we help her understand what does it look like for a faith community to be informed? What does it look like to respond well in these situations, and compare that against her experience? It might help her gain clarity on how she should be interacting with those in leadership in her church or in her faith community. Now, there's a lot more that can be said about all that. We'll talk more about that all tomorrow at the Protect the Flock. Abby, do you want to take a second to just give a few details on that?
We're having a faith partnership collaborative seminar tomorrow, October 19th at Cox College at as you go into the main entrance and turn right, there is a conference room. We will be hosting it there beginning at 8 o'clock in the morning. And what Dan and Lynn are presenting right now is just the tip of the iceberg of how much information there is to help women and faith communities with domestic violence. So it will be from 8 o'clock to noon, the seminar with Dan and Lynn. And then in the afternoon we'll have lunch, and then we will end at 3 approximately. There will be a panel, a Q&A, and several organizations represented tomorrow that support victims of abuse. So October 19th, 8 o'clock to 3 o'clock, Cox College. Thank you.
All right, let me talk just a little bit more about our church partnership program. This is maybe in some ways kind of a commercial, because I think it'll be helpful for you to understand as a community what resources are available, not just to the faith community, well, especially to the faith community, obviously, but you might be able to help us make some connections in situations that you're working with. So first of all, we spend a lot of time in consultations. These happen a number of different ways. Perhaps most frequently, it comes about because victims get connected with our ministry. They get an advocate through our ministry. And then as the advocate starts walking with them through their situation, it's apparent that their church needs some help. So the victim initiates a consultation that we meet with the church leadership and help explain to the church leadership what is going on in that situation, and then also talk about what it looks like for them to support her well in that. Obviously, I've talked a little bit about the difficulties that faith communities face in having to provide some accountability for perpetrators. Sometimes it's best if the perpetrator finds somewhere else to worship, if they can't, if they don't have multiple services or other avenues to keep the victim safe. And so we'll talk through, some of those dynamics and what it looks like to keep the victim safe in the midst of the ongoing situation, and how to take some initial steps to work with perpetrators. Now, most churches are not in a position to work effectively with perpetrators. It takes a lot of training, a lot of education to work effectively and to provide accountability that isn't duped by the manipulation and other things going on, and to measure the real change if there is change happening. And so but we'll work with churches in that if they want to try to walk into that situation. We actually have a men's intervention group as well that we facilitate. And then I was pleased to see that there's a technology seminar later today, I believe. And we also have a liaison that works on our team that works professionally in the realm of cybersecurity. And so we'll also, when victims are being abused through technology, we have him walk alongside that victim and the church as well, helping them navigate how to keep her safe in the midst of all of that. In addition to the consulting, we do training. Obviously, we talked a little bit about the Protect the Flock that we're doing tomorrow. We have done this trainings on college campuses. We've done denominational conferences, several different denominations, where we go to some of their annual events or regional events and speak there. And then obviously the technology enabled abuse as well. And so one of the things I've been excited about is just the wide ranging groups that we've been able to connect with, including if you're familiar with K-Love Radio and iHeartRadio, we've been working with their pastoral team, training them as they're the ones that answer the phones. And so they get calls constantly from situations that they're trying to navigate. And so we've been training them as well. And then helping churches develop a response to domestic abuse. And this is maybe one of the things I'm most excited about in terms of the church partnership program. Churches that become official partners with us will assign a liaison specifically to them and help them develop a ministry in this area that's not a silo ministry somewhere, but where it's a response to domestic abuse in their congregation, so that they're adequately equipped, informed, and have the resources and know how to tap into community resources. One of the aspects of this is helping churches identify what resources even exist in your community that you can collaborate with. It's something that we really harp on a lot. Taking advantage of those kinds of opportunities and relationships. And so building teams within the church, developing policies, procedures, all of these different things to help support and protect victims in getting to safety and getting healing in their lives. And then again, those churches that become official partners with us, we provide networking within that official group of partners. We have quarterly roundtable discussions, all kinds of topics that we cover in those meetings, monthly newsletters, and then access to all of our past training and events and conferences and things like that. So that's a nutshell. You can come talk to me at the table if you're interested in more information, or come to the thing tomorrow, or get your church leaders, faith community leaders there at the event tomorrow as well. And now we've got some time for questions if we have any.
Any questions for Dan, Lynn, and Abby?
Thank you guys for speaking. I just wanted to ask, what do you, I'll ask you afterwards about some specific texts, but what do you find most helpful in these situations? I know, Lynn, you mentioned reframing the word, so like theological correction, the infusion of accountability, empowering women. Is there any one thing that you found to be most helpful?
Most helpful for whom? For the victim?
Yes.
As far, so let me just rephrase the question back to you to make sure I understand it correctly. So what's the most helpful thing for the victim in terms of the church's response? Like what does the church need to do?
The victim, and also achieving a godly response.
Uh-huh. Do you want to take a shot first?
I'm still unclear of the question.
Okay, so I think there's, I don't know if I could say what's the most important. Obviously, education is essential, right? Becoming informed about abuse dynamics is huge. Whether it's, whether you're thinking prevention or responding or anything, I mean, understanding how coercive control happens in a relationship and then the resulting impact of trauma in a victim's life. Those two things are really foundational for churches, I think, because it informs everything else that they do in responding. If you understand the tactics that are often employed, you're less likely to be manipulated, or at least not as manipulated. You might recognize, wait a minute, this doesn't seem right, and it'll cause you to ask more questions. And so all of that has kind of a trickle down effect, I think, of then putting you in a position to believe and respond better to a victim. There's obviously implications too then, as you become informed about abuse dynamics, scripture becomes it like starts to explode with references when you start to think of it as oppression, when you start to see references to justice and righteousness, which I won't start preaching, I promise. But if you do a study on the topics of justice and righteousness, what you'll see is that they're two sides of the same coin. And in many cases, those two terms in scripture are interchangeable. We often think that righteousness or something, it like happens in a vacuum, but justice and righteousness both happen within the context of relationship. And so when we talk about doing what's right, we are just as, it's just as valid to say we're doing what's just. When we seek justice, we're seeking what's right and what's true. And so as we, even just understanding some of those scriptural truths and being able to apply it well to these situations, I think it starts to inform us a little bit more. But to me, I think it really all starts with understanding abuse dynamics and then seeing it as a form of oppression that God hates. So
I think I could add to that, having been a victim, and let me rephrase your question. Are you asking possibly what victims wish their pastors knew and how to respond? I mean, I hope I'm answering your question. I don't want to go a far afield.
No, yeah, definitely. I was just kind of asking, is sitting down with somebody and looking at certain texts like Ephesians 5, is that most helpful? Or, you know, is the infusion of accountability, is that most helpful? But what you are onto would be great.
Well, I think,
Also.
and I think clearly you understand or have read Ephesians 5. That's a big one. You definitely do not want to sit with a victim who is being oppressed and use Ephesians 5. If I know, please go ahead. Go ahead. You're saying no?
With the abuser.
No, no. And as you go, and this is critical, you don't entreat the abuser unless you are equipped first. It puts her in danger. If a victim comes to you as a pastor, a church leader, even a friend or a congregant, you do not go to the abuser and confront them. In fact, if you have a victim who comes to you and says, my husband says I'm not submissive enough, or I'm trying to follow this passage in this Ephesians 5, but I just can't do it. Clearly, as a leader, we need to sit down with that victim and say, look, the whole weight of responsibility is not on you. Am I answering your question? Yes, no.
I'm sorry, I'll talk to you more afterwards.
That would be
That was
good.
talking about you guys, like, you know, if the abuser finds a different place to worship, would they would they sit down with the perpetrator and try and, you know?
If a
Yeah.
perpetrator is sent to another congregation, which is probably most helpful for both parties, but this is one of the reasons why it's important that we reach all the faith communities with this education, so that we have a network of churches working together. But Dan, you want to say something about that?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of the traditional discipleship methods can be helpful, but it's not comprehensive enough. And so there have to be some other steps in that accountability process for the perpetrator. And so this is one of the areas that our church partnership program really tries to help churches that are trying to work with perpetrators, because it's way more involved than just doing a 6-month Bible study on Ephesians 5 or something. And
the perpetrator loves that they love that passage, and they'll claim, look at all the ways I've loved her, and it's just never enough. I mean, they will manipulate that passage unless you're equipped to hear their.
And they'll even give,
Mhm.
you know, like the idea that they agree with the correct interpretation of those things, and then go home
Yes.
and twist it around for their own purposes. So
Yeah.
I think we had some other questions, so.
Do you think it's appropriate for those advocates that are not inclined to the faith to become involved in this movement?
So I think I couldn't, I'm having trouble hearing up here.
Do you think it's appropriate for advocates who are not inclined to the faith to become involved in this movement?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I would welcome it.
As a trained advocate, we learn to just listen to the survivor, because their whole marriage and their whole relationship, no one has actually listened to what they said. So their story isn't going to be straight for quite a while. It's going to have all kinds of points and different points that might be very confusing. That's because of all the abuse that they're going through. At some point, survivors will ask us to make suggestions, and that's fine. But again, we have to let them make their own decisions.
So what role does the patriarchal structure of most churches serve in perpetuating domestic violence? Do you think that it does? And kind of, I know this is a loaded question, but what do you think about that?
Yeah, So without getting into all of the theology and the debates surrounding that, so those of you that aren't familiar with these terms, complementarianism and egalitarianism, anyway, I'm not going to go into describing all of that, but it doesn't matter which belief system you adhere to, you can be abusive in either or not abusive in either. That said, I do think that there is a patriarchal system, kind of this hierarchical system that's set up in most churches, that is basically used and defended for a certain group of men primarily to maintain power. And again, I don't want to get into a theological debate right now over all of that, but when you look at the leadership of Christ and what all of Scripture challenges us in terms of leadership, that it's servant oriented, that you use power to build up, not to power over someone. In many churches, the governing structures really are used in more of a way of powering over, and that's the problem. It's maybe not even so much the theological perspective as the application of that theology that ends up getting twisted, and so definitely the patriarchy is a factor in that.
We have a question from someone online.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So they said that when the scenario is when a person where both parties are the victim and the perpetrator of domestic violence, what is the most helpful intervention? So they're both the abuser, both a victim.
I'm not even sure that is possible, to be honest. You can have a victim who's reactive, and in that sense, maybe kind of secondarily abusive. But abuse is rooted in a desire for powering over. It's about power and control over another, about domination of someone. And so I don't know how that can be logically possible in a relationship. And so I think that where it does get confusing for a lot of people in the faith community is that they'll see a victim who is reactive, resistant to the abuse, and they'll say, well, see, the abuse goes both ways. And so we have to discern at that point who really has the power in that relationship. Just as maybe this is a bad example, but we were dealing with a case in which the husband was probably 6'5", 300 pounds. The wife was maybe 90 pounds, soaking wet. And the husband would come to church on Sunday mornings with scratches on his face and be alleging that his wife attacked him. Yeah. Well, in reality, as things unfolded, because then the pastors are like, well, we know that he's a lot bigger, and so we just think that they're both abusive to each other. Well, as it eventually turned out, he was strangling her, and the scratches on his face were consistent with her defending himself, her defending herself.
And I can attest to that. Several of the pastors that I entreated determined, well, they're just having marriage problems. They're both abusive. I would like to clarify for you that, and I'm not trying to paint myself as innocent. I will say, but as a mother and as a woman, when you have a strong man yelling at you and forcing you either on the floor, in the corner, pinning you down, humiliating you, breaking your will, and your children are crying in the background and you plead with him to get away so you can go take care of your weeping babies. And then he uses that against you. You're not a good mother. They don't need you. Just let them cry. You're going to suffer for eternity because of your behavior. And all this rage and all this confusion and this desperation rises up in you. And you've already been there for an hour and a half. And finally, you just start swinging. And if his face or nose or balls or ankles are in the way, that's too bad. And I don't mean to be funny there. I mean, you don't care anymore. You've got to get yourself out of that situation. And just like the 6'5" gentleman, quote, gentleman said, she attacked me. That's what they always say. They don't talk about the 3 hours prior to that or the 6 hours the night before. So I just want to say that you want, in determining abuse or whether it's just a marriage problem, every marriage has challenges, but when there's a power differential is when you know it's an abusive situation.
It's 11:30, so by my watch.
Do you have any last thoughts that you'd like to share before we finish up?
Come tomorrow. Get the. Thank you for being here. Thanks for letting us be a part of this. We really appreciate
I
it.
guess I have a quick question. Just how many of you have been affected and distanced yourself from your faith because of misalignment or hypocrisy or just, yeah, I'm just, okay, just curious. Thank you. See you tomorrow, right?
If you're interested in attending our session tomorrow, it's being hosted by the Greene County Family Justice Center, Harmony House, and Women's Medical Respite. And you can find information on that session on any of our Facebook pages, along with the registration link. Even if you decide tomorrow morning that you'd like to come, you can just show up and we'd be happy to have you. A couple of quick housekeeping things. First, thank you, Dan, Lynn, and Abby for an amazing session. We really appreciate it. We are going to head to lunch. We'll be back at 12:30 for our next session. There's lots of dining options here in Plaster Student Union. So we hope you find something good to eat. We'll see you at 12:30. Making sure that it's on. All right, welcome back. Our next session is going to be very interesting. We have Erin Comstock, who is a business analyst in the pharmaceutical technologies industry, and Kristen Snell, who is the Director of Partnerships and Engagement for Harmony House, and they are here to discuss technology facilitated abuse.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erin Comstock. For those that might have visual impairments or difficulties, wow. I'm going to describe myself. I have chin-length auburn hair, brown eyes. I'm wearing glasses, and I'm wearing blue jeans, a black shirt, and a long green sweater.
And I'm Kristen Snell. I have chin-length brown curly hair. I have brown eyes. I'm wearing a denim jacket with a striped pink, white, and purple dress.
Okay. Today we are speaking on domestic violence and technology facilitated abuse. This can also be called digital abuse or any form of technology that is used to harm others. So we've listed out our resources, including the National Domestic Violence Hotline, Harmony House, the Victim Center, Greene County Family Justice Center, Deaf Lead, the Deaf Hotline, National Network to End Domestic Violence. So if you or anyone you know is in need of these resources, they are here to help you via email, text, or phone call. Okay, what is technology facilitated abuse? So the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Violence Against Women, and this is the longest slide, I promise. There won't be this many words up there as we go on, is an act or pattern of behavior that is intended to harm, threaten, control, stalk, harass, impersonate, exploit, extort, monitor, or monitor any person that occurs using any form of technology, including but not limited to internet-enabled devices, online spaces and platforms, computers, mobile devices, cameras and imaging programs, apps, location tracking devices, or communication technologies, or any other emerging technologies. So as we go through this, I'm going to reference several articles and studies that have been done. And I just want to note that most of the articles and the research that has been done has focused on cis hetero relationships where the abuser was male and the abused or the victim was female. We know that abuse is common and vastly underreported in the LGBTQIA+ community, those part of the intellectual or developmental disability community, as well as those in the Indigenous community. So we just want to call out that abuse does occur in those situations, but they're not as reported or as studied. The biggest thing I want to point out is that you don't have to be physically touched or touch someone in order to control or terrorize them. And that's the biggest thing about technology facilitated abuse, is that it provides a longer reach for abusers to harm those that they wish to. The numbers. So according to a study in 2015 done by the Safety Net Project, 79% of reported abusers monitor survivors' social media. So interchangeably, I'm going to use survivor, meaning those that have been able to leave a domestic violence situation, and then victims, which are those that are currently in still, or who would still consider themselves victims of domestic violence. So this is saying 79% of abusers still monitor people that have been able to get away from their abusers. They still monitor them via social media. 74% report abusers check victims by text message. 71 report abusers scrutinize survivors' computer activities. This includes their search history or any apps that they've installed or are currently using. 82% of women with intellectual or cognitive disabilities experience technology facilitated abuse, and 96% report abusers harass victims via text message, while 86% report via social media. And the majority of the research that has been done, Facebook is the social media platform that is used by abusers most to harass their victims, mostly because Facebook has been around the longest or is still in use that's been around the longest. And survivors have a hard time shutting down Facebook because it's used to stay in contact with friends and family that they don't see very often anymore. Please note that some of the studies took place before the rise of other social media platforms like TikTok, Snapchat, or BeReal, or so we can expect technology facilitated abuse, and here forward I'll refer to that as TFA, on those platforms as well. Now, there are many forms of TFA, but almost all of them fall into the 4 biggest categories of stalking and monitoring, revenge pornography, abusive and harassing comments and messages, and financial abuse. So now we're going to go through and talk about each one of those sections individually. So examples of TFA and stalking and monitoring are dictating who you can and can't follow on social media, using any form of technology to track your physical activities, creating fake social media profiles in either your name or image or to gain access to you, using your phone or email to send messages or otherwise pretending to be you, and going through your phone. In a study that's called Technology Facilitated Abuse in Intimate Relationships, it was conducted from 2000 to 2020. So we can see back in 2000, there was already a concern that rising technology was going to cause an issue for those in domestic violence situations. But in this study that was conducted from 2000 to 2020 and was published in 2023, in May of this year, it was found that the most common reported use of TFA was stalking and monitoring. And I just want to remind all of you that every situation is nuanced. So just because it's not listed here or we don't talk about it today doesn't mean that it doesn't qualify as domestic violence or TFA. And if you have any questions about specifics that aren't mentioned, we can address.
We're having tech issues.
Okay. While that's being said, if I don't present a scenario that you have questions on, feel free to ask that at the end during the Q&A time, and we can address it and go over it. Hey. So the tech that is reported that is used the most to monitor activities are GPS devices, whether that is on your phone or a physical separate GPS device, spyware, Apple AirTags and similar, smart home technology and social media location tags, and then search history reviews. I want to point out that it's noted in the 2023 study that college students are more likely to not be aware of stalking until spyware or monitoring devices have been uncovered. So to just always be aware of your surroundings and your belongings. Additionally, I want to note that I spend the majority of the time when talking about physical GPS devices referring to vehicles or cars. But I also want to note that that goes for wheelchairs, walkers, or other devices that are needed for accessibility. Anything that can be attached to something that you use or need to get around, that's what we're referring to. Okay. The most common places to find a physical GPS device in your car are on the exterior, which is your front and rear bumpers. So if you just reach underneath, all cars have what's called a splash shield underneath. That's that black plastic underneath, which can be easily accessed. Wheels and wheel wells, under the hood and undercarriage. And then the most common interior places are the OBD2 diagnostics port, which is it's the port that's right underneath the steering wheel column in your car, or just to the left of it, depending on the car's maker model. Under the seats, under floor mats, and in the trunk or the hatchback. The most common GPS trackers for vehicles are Apple AirTags and Tile products. Both of these are relatively new and while have been invented for a good purpose so that you can find your items. Unfortunately, abusers have used them to stalk and follow those that they wish. Currently, the biggest one in the news, I believe, is AirTags, just because they're quick and easy to slip into someone's vehicle or belongings. They can easily be tracked from a plethora of devices because Apple's connected to everything. And recently, Apple has released an update for a feature that when an unknown tag follows you or is with your person for too long, it will ping your device and let you know, hey, there's something following you. Is this yours? And then in the most recent update of that, it also tells you where that device was first placed on your person or your vehicle. So you can see where you were when it was attached. Android users can also download an app called Tracker Detect from the Google Play Store, and it will also scan for AirTags, but you do have to download the app. Your device won't just warn you about it. Tile recently released a feature with their latest update that will notify you of an unregistered device that is constantly following you as well. Car GPS trackers, physical trackers, are harder to find because there's so many on the market. So typically these physical GPS trackers are marketed for fleet cars or anyone that has multiple cars that they want to loan out or you want to know where it is all the time. These are on the market, readily available. Anyone can buy them. This includes GPS trackers that are hardwired into the computer of your car, as well as that can plug into your OBD2 port. So Bouncy is the physical tracker that I found that was the most widely used by abusers and the most readily and easily accessible because it's smaller than a deck of cards. It's like this big and that wide, and it plugs into your OBD2 port. It takes 5 seconds to plug in. I went on both of my vehicles. I have a Toyota Prius and a Nissan Rogue and went and found the OBD2 ports, and it took me 5 minutes to go into my car, didn't know where to look, found it, and could pretend to plug something in and close it, and you would never know that anything was in there. Bouncy cost $89 for the unit, and then it's a $10 a month subscription after that. Bouncy uses your car battery, so it doesn't have batteries. It won't die. It doesn't emit a signal unless you have the app and the subscription that's synced to it. It tells you where you are all the time. Not only that, this for an abuser's standpoint, the scariest thing about Bouncy was that it also reports on the status of your car. It lets you know how much gas is in there, what the engine is, if there's anything wrong with it. So while these devices are created for a very real and necessary need, obviously they provide a lot of information to abusers if they're not used in the way that they're intended to. Okay, stalking and monitoring via phones. So the most common stalking apps, according to a 2022 study, indicates these apps. So Keylog, KidGuard, Mobile Tracker, WSpy or MSpy, Spyzy, SMS Tracker, SpyPhone, and Lost, Track My Phones, Monitor Minor, Hovermon, and Find My Phone. So I will note that KidGuard, Hovermon, Monitor Minor, and Find My Phone are all legitimate apps that you can find easily on the app stores. All of them except for Find My Phone are intended for the use of parents to monitor what a child is viewing on their phones, how much time they're spending on it, and where they are. Which just goes to show you again how abusers will take perfectly helpful and intended to be supportive technology and devices and use those to harm others. Find My Phone as well if someone attaches themselves to your account, they can access any of your material and where you're located. And the same for Find My Friends. So signs that stalking apps might be on your phone. So this is from the Federal Trade Commission. So if an abuser has physical access to your phone and you are being abused and they have access to it, chances are they might have installed something on it. So signs that even if they don't have access to it, that they might have installed something, if they know specific phone activity, or they ask overly specific questions about what you've been browsing or what you've been doing or who you've been talking to. If your phone battery drains faster, an unexplained increase in your data use. And I know, like, I have an unlimited data plan. I don't pay attention to how much data I use because it's unlimited. So if you're concerned, check your data usage. And if you have an unlimited plan, see if there's an uptick, even if you don't get charged for it. And then changes in your phone settings. So that includes GPS or security settings. If anything is different, I know in iPhones regularly, they will tell you, hey, this app is following your location. Do you still allow that? So these are the most common ways to know or to suspect if you have tracking apps or spyware on your phone. Stalking and monitoring via social media. So social media, Facebook and Instagram mostly, with their check-ins or trip breakdowns or location tags where you've tagged where you are with your friends or where you've been or what you're doing, are definitely used to stalk and monitor where you are. I don't know if the college group to talk about like planning through Facebook. I don't think this generation uses that much anymore. I know I don't, but I'm also 29, so I'm a little bit older than what a typical college age person would be. But additionally, catfishing and impersonation are used a lot on social media to stalk and monitor. This includes creating fake social media accounts to monitor. Like if you are being abused and you block someone, they create a fake account so that they can try and gain access to you. I also believe that people are way more cautious about who they add as friends or add as followers if their accounts are private. I know back when Facebook first started up, it was like, oh, it didn't matter who they were. If they sent you a friend request, you would accept. I am hopeful to believe that behavior is not the same as it is anymore. Also, speaking of catfish, I want to point out at the rise of AI, as we know, celebrities have sold their likeness to be able to use, and just AI is so easy to create images or voices or anything that seems real. So that can be used to catfish you or others. Google and Apple both create trip breakdowns of places that you have been or places that you are near. So like if you ever use Google Maps and you use it to go to a place, it'll say, hey, this is also near you. Or if you go someplace regularly, it stores that data in its cloud and it can be used in your settings. So if anyone has access to your iCloud or to your Google accounts, all of that data is saved in your history. So they can use that to know where you go normally or at a consistent time, anything like that. Stalking and monitoring via smart home devices. So most common are smart and Ring doorbells. I can think the most common use, the most recent time I've heard of smart or Ring doorbells to spy on someone would be Joe Jonas and Sophie Turner when he said that he heard her say something. So anything that is used to spy on them, including cameras. Thermometers also, I know a lot of smart thermometers will set if you are home or away. So if someone has access to the logins on your smart home thermometer, if I know on the Nest, if you have it connected to your phone and you leave, it registers that you're not nearby and changes settings for however you have it set up. If someone else has access to that, they can see that you are away or that you're here and so on. So they can track whether you're home or not. Digital locks, and then app-controlled home security systems. So anyone that has access to your phone and you have a security home on your app on your phone, they could then access that, or they can download on themselves. If they have your login, they can download and unlock your doors or see your cameras or anything like that on there. Next topic is revenge pornography. So revenge pornography is sending, requesting, or pressuring you to send unwanted explicit photos, videos, sex, or compromising messages. This includes secretly filming sexual activities, holding intimate pictures hostage, and taking pictures without consent. So this revenge pornography is the second most reported use of TFA. And in most of my studies, it was referred to as text and image-based abuse. But the most common term out on the internet would be considered revenge pornography. Abusive and harassing messages and comments. So includes online, text, email, DMs, calls, voicemails, any form of communication is considered abusive or harassing messaging, or can be considered abusive and harassing messages and comments. So additionally, sending negative and insulting or threatening messages, gaslighting, insulting or humiliating you in their posts, making calls or texts or threatening messages or photos, and then most recently doxing. So doxing, for those of you who don't know, it's relatively new. We've seen an increased rapid rise in this. And it's the act of publicly revealing private and personal information about an individual through the internet. I would also like to note that that abusive and harassing messages and comments also includes the abuser threatening their own life. I know that I have had friends that have been in abusive relationships, and as they've tried to leave, their abuser was like, I can't live without you, which is gaslighting. And if you leave me, I'm going to kill myself. So the victim stays with the abuser because they feel like they have to take ownership or responsibility of the abuser's actions. Financial abuse. So 99% of women who report domestic violence also report economic or financial abuse. So the US saw an 8% jump in financial abuse during COVID as victims were forced to spend more time with abusers and were cut off from friends and family and had fewer chances to discreetly seek help or resources. Financial abuse is defined as a scenario where an individual and a close relationship is harmed in any way related to money. So I work for a pharmaceutical technologies company, but the company itself is owned by a bank. So when I have to do my quarterly trainings, this does include bank level trainings and security. So from a banking perspective, when they talk about financial abuse, they typically focus on elder abuse, which is like if anyone comes in with someone that's elderly and says they're their caretaker or could be their family, and they try to get them to change their accounts or withdraw large sums of money, anything like that would be considered elder abuse or financial abuse. So we are seeing more of a rise in financial abuse as it relates to domestic and intimate partner violence since the rise of banking has further gone in a technology direction. So before is you had to go into a bank to change your data or change your settings or do anything like that. But now you can just do it through an app or similar. So signs of financial abuse are one person controls or manages all the finances. So while it seems like one person is quote unquote taking care of something for the unit or for the relationship, it often leaves the victim in the dark about how their money is being managed or spent. And if the abuser then only allows an allowance for the victim, they become financially dependent on them, even if they're contributing finances and money to the unit. Employment sabotage. So employment sabotage are when abusers force their victims to quit or try to get them fired from their job for two reasons. One, it further isolates them, the abused, from help they might get and prevents the victim from accessing their money. And two, prevents the victim from accessing their own money. Another example would be economic exploitation, which is, for example, those are like opening lines of credit in the victim's name or refusing to pay bills or gambling, basically just being, sorry, I don't know where I was going that life. Basically just doing anything that harms the victim financially. Coerced debt, which is abusers force a victim to take out a line of credit or make transactions in the victim's name, causing the victim to take on financial fallout. Changing bank passwords or changing card pins. So a lot of banks and credit unions now allow you to change pins and passwords via apps. So while this is good, like if you forget your debit card pin, you can hurry and just go into the app, change the pin so that you can buy whatever you're trying to buy. This can also be used by abusers to lock someone out of their accounts, out of their cards, change them for them, anything like that. I do know that a lot of banks are changing so that they require a safe word. So if you call them to change anything or withdraw large sums of money, you have to provide them with a safe word before they will do anything. So if that's the case and you do have a safe word, if possible, try to not share your safe word with your abuser or keep it something that they wouldn't be able to guess. And then abusers following up on purchases or newly set up purchase notifications. I know a lot of banks and a lot of credit cards will say if you spend money, set a credit threshold for however much you spend, it'll send you a text or an email to say you spent this amount of money at this place. So abusers will monitor that and often harass victims to say, why did you spend money on this? What are you spending money on? Or just to know where they are. I think you're on this. Oh, you're correct. I am off the slide. Here's all of that. How to protect yourself. So I know I just went through everything, and while it seems like, wow, anyone and everyone could follow me and track me and control me, there are ways to try and protect yourself, whether that's preventing people from using the technology against you or using technology to protect yourself. So phone security. So check your Find My Friends, see who has access to it. Who are you? I know my best friends, we live across the country. I have friends in New York and California and Utah. And we all are on each other's Find My Friends, and we always make the joke that every night we go to bed, we check our Sims, make sure they're where they're supposed to be. If they're not, we text each other and say, why are you in the middle of nowhere in Montana? And then one of your friends says, oh, I went on a car camping trip and didn't tell anyone. So just check your Find My Friends, see who is following you, see who you're following, make sure everything is correct and as you expect it to be. Check for unknown apps. So Android has an option in their settings, and it's under settings, security, allow unknown sources. So if that is turned on, Android phones will let you download applications that are not in the Google Play Store, which a lot of spyware apps are not in the Google Play Store because they're not good to have. So check your settings, make sure that setting is off if you have an Android, or if you have to check and see if you have unknown apps, go to apps, menu, special access, and install unknown apps. It'll show you any unknown apps that are currently in there if possible. So Apple does not allow apps to be installed outside of the App Store, so they don't have this feature just because Apple in itself has higher security. Yes. Additional phone security. Both iPhone and Androids allow SOS features that include sending a text to a set group of people, including calling emergency services. In that text, I believe it will say whatever default message you want, but it'll also say send them your location so they know where you are. So in iPhones, it's settings and emergency SOS, and in Androids, it's settings, safety, and emergency. And they both allow multiple ways to set up and change. I know because I have an iPhone, if you hold the power button, you can swipe call SOS. But I also have the additional feature set up that if I press the power button 5 times rapidly, it will automatically call emergency services and send out a text message to my set default of people that I would want to notify if I was in a situation. And Android has the same thing. Vehicle safety. So if you're concerned about someone following you, if you have reason to believe that you might be being tracked, perform routine sweeps on your vehicle. Buy a bug sweeper online if you're worried about it and your physical searches aren't pulling up anything. I will note the intersection between financial abuse and technology facilitated abuse might not lend a victim to be able to buy a bug sweeper. Or in the last point, to go to a car technician. A lot of car technicians these days that specialize in automotive electronics, car audio, car alarms, have the necessary expertise and equipment to locate and disable tracking devices. Again, that's not readily accessible to everyone, including those that are being financially abused or anyone that considers themselves part of the IDD community. Website and applications. So I would say a lot, every single site that talks about or references domestic abuse, if you're looking for anything that, any help or anything like that, all of those sites always have a quick exit button on them. It's usually on the top right or on a tag that follows you as you scroll down the page. And if you click that button, it closes out the site, opens up another perfectly okay site that an abuser wouldn't expect. Additionally, in the iPhone, while I was doing my research, if you go to the security and emergency SOS features on the iPhone, it will also show that quick exit button in the iPhone. If you click that, it'll close out that and then open up like the weather app. On top of this, clear your browser history and your cookies if you're worried about being tracked or searched. You can try incognito mode. I know incognito mode prevents it from showing in your browser history and your cookies, but it does still show up to your phone or internet provider. So if they ever were like super paranoid or had access to that stuff, those searches will also show up on there. And then just some general make changes to devices, cloud storage, apps, and social media security settings. Disengage with abusers by blocking them on social media, phone, and email. Clear browser history and cookies. And check children's technology for spyware or tracking apps devices that abusers could use to track you. It was also reported in domestic violence situations where the victim had children and the children had devices that the abuser, if they couldn't gain access to, for instance, the mother's cell phone, they would install a tracking app on their child's tablet or so on, so that they could then follow where they were when the children weren't with them. It was also pointed out in almost all of the studies that one of the best ways to stop technology facilitated abuse or abusers from following you or tracking you is to get new devices. Again, I think that's unfair to ask a victim to replace technology that is not easily accessible to them, or if they're being financially abused, they cannot pay for. It's putting the majority of the labor to protect themselves on the victim when society itself should be helping to protect them. I would also note that it also fell in the police reports that I read, it fell on the victims, again, labor, to prove that they were being abused, to prove that they were being stalked via technology. And a lot of times the police would say, this isn't enough. Like, we can't do anything until something physically happens to you, which again is unfair to the victim themselves. And then just further ways to protect yourself. Is this mine or yours? This is still mine. So using technology to protect yourself, recording acts of violence and abuse via phone or audio, providing screenshots of messages or pictures to police, call emergency services, or sending SOS messages discreetly. And then specifically for those in the IDD community, the R3 app, which allows those individuals to recognize, report, and respond to abuse. So again, it's the burden of the victim to provide proof of abuse, and it can be disheartening as law enforcement downplays the severity of the situation that the victim is in. I will also note that a lot of times it's also suggested that a victim if they're concerned about tracking apps or spyware on their devices, that they're to take their device into their cell phone provider and be like, hey, can you do a factory reset on this? Or something's wrong, I don't know what's going on. And then the workers at those stores will just be like, oh, you just don't know how to use your device, and brush them off, which is very disheartening for victims or those that are concerned about it. They're not feeling heard, not feeling seen, being pushed to the side, being told they're overreacting. And then I'm going to hand it over to Kristen to do safety planning and prioritization.
Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit more about safety planning from the perspective of a victim service provider and some things to think about when we're working with victims who are reporting technology facilitated abuse. So one of the first things that we talk about when we're prioritizing safety is consider using a safer device. As Erin has pointed out, that's not always an option for victims, especially when they have experienced financial abuse. They don't have funds that are available to them to go out and purchase a new device. And that kind of leads me into the second point of getting more information by talking with an advocate. Just to shamelessly plug a couple of resources in the community, Harmony House and the Greene County Family Justice Center, reaching out to agencies like that and connecting with an advocate to talk about maybe some resources that are available to get free or low cost phones. Some of the services have gone away over the years, but I was able to find a service called Lifeline, which provides a discount on phone services. But talking with an advocate, they can look into maybe if there are other resources that are more local, or how we could get a free or low cost device, or some agencies may have refurbished phones that have been donated from the community that can be used, that can be passed on to victims for them to use. When prioritizing safety for victims, we want to encourage them to trust their instincts. If they feel like something is wrong, it probably is. If they feel like they're being stalked and monitored, they probably are. It can be really difficult for a victim to want to trust their instincts because it's very likely that their abuser has been gaslighting them. If you're not familiar with the term gaslighting, it is a form of psychological or emotional abuse that causes the victim to question their own feelings, instincts, and sanity. So if their abusive partner has made them feel like they're crazy and they can't trust themselves, if they are reporting to someone that they think they're being stalked or harassed or monitored, it can really be hard to have that physical proof. So when they're telling someone that they think that this is happening, sometimes that can cause a victim to continue to doubt themselves, because if you don't have that tangible proof, sometimes people won't take it seriously or won't think that it's actually happening. The next thing is to strategically plan around the technology. You just hit the arrow key. Hit it down. If I want to scroll
to the
down.
right. Oh, to scroll, you can just use two fingers to swipe up.
Okay. Speaking of technology, okay. So when we strategically plan around technology, so when abusers misuse technology, it can be a natural instinct to throw away a device or to close online accounts. However, as we know, domestic violence is rooted in power and control. And so when an abusive partner feels like they're starting to lose that power and control over a victim and they're losing access to the victim, it can cause that abuser to escalate with their violent and dangerous behavior. So before removing technology and closing online accounts, it's important to think through how the abuser may respond and how to plan for the victim's safety. So a victim may choose a safer device for certain interactions, but they may also keep using the monitored device as a way to collect evidence against the abusive partner. Oh, now I've broken it. Okay, that's fine. So in safety planning, trying to identify the abuse that's happening. So looking for patterns. So if an abusive partner has hinted that they are watching the victim, or that they say that they're watching the victim, or they say that they know where they're going, think about what they know and how they would know that information. So is an abusive partner reporting that he is seeing a victim that's conducting an activity in a certain room of the house? So are they reporting something that they're seeing in the kitchen or in the living room? If so, there might be a hidden camera in that room. Or an abusive partner may be reporting, I know that you went to the store. I know that you went to this place. So then there's a really good chance that there's probably a tracker on the car. And then also, a GPS tracker, like Aaron talked about with AirTags specifically, they're so small that they can be slipped into a backpack or a purse or a child's diaper bag. I mean, the possibilities are endless here, let's be real. So if it's not the car, but they're reporting that they know that the victim has taken the city bus, or that they have taken a walk down the block, there's probably a tracker in one of their personal belongings. And documenting the incidents, kind of like Aaron talked about, this can be really hard. And unfortunately, this is the reality for so many of our victims, is that they have to bear the responsibility of trying to prove and document that all of these things are happening. But documenting what can be documented, whether that is recording a phone call, screenshotting text messages. One thing that we're seeing a lot is spoof calls, where an abusive partner can spoof a caller ID. So screenshotting those calls, documenting the days and the times, basically just building a case that can prove the harassment and monitoring that's happening via technology. Because that documentation can be helped for police or the court system to establish a pattern of behaviors from the abusive partner. And then reporting those incidents, whether someone goes directly to the police or they access a community resource like Harmony House, the Victim Center, or the Greene County Family Justice Center, where they speak with an advocate and get connected to those other community resources. or filing an ex parte or application for order of protection. So thinking about how to increase the victim's safety. So changing usernames and passwords on social media accounts, accounts through the phones, email accounts. The really unfortunate thing about technology is that it is so connected. Like I know that my iPhone is connected to my MacBook and my iPad and my AirPods, and I get alerts when one of those devices is left behind. So things are really connected. So it can take a while to kind of think through all of the different accounts and all of the different devices that someone might have. And if there's children, you have to think about the devices that the children have and going in and changing those passwords and usernames when you can. And again, checking devices and settings, like Aaron said, some of the spyware apps can go in and actually change the actual settings on the phone. So going through your phone and looking at anything that might have changed that the victim wouldn't have set for themselves, but is now something different. Getting a new device, again, this is always a recommendation, but not always feasible for a victim. Protecting location. So a lot of apps will track your location where you can check in, your phones can track your location. So going through your phone settings and disabling the location tracking. And then consider cameras and audio devices. So technology facilitated abuse can happen through hidden devices, gifts that are received from an abuser. When we talk about smart home technology, we think about like Alexa devices, security systems. You know, it's easy to use a phone and download an app and be able to control those things remotely. So when a victim is trying to identify how they might be being tracked or where, if they think about where they might be being tracked, it might be helpful to think through, like, have they received any gifts from their abusive partner that could potentially have a tracker on them? Have the children brought home anything new? And again, I know Aaron has pointed this out, and I really want to point it out too, that this is a lot of work for victims to have to go through and think about all of the different things that they own, that their abusive partner has given them, that the abusive partner has given children, and all of the different ways that someone can use very helpful technology to then cause harm to someone else. So increasing privacy, this can also include protecting the victim's address. If they are staying in the home, Missouri has an address confidentiality program called Safe at Home. There are certified application assistants at the Victim Center, Harmony House, and the Greene County Family Justice Center that can help folks apply for this address confidentiality program that will help protect the victim's address. When we're safety planning with victims, we want to think through limiting the information that they give out about themselves. Oftentimes victims are not likely to be overly open with a lot of information, but sometimes you can be really surprised what someone can do with a tiny nugget of information. And then controlling offline and online privacy. So again, you know, your devices, but then also kind of thinking through the day-to-day and how a small activity or something could potentially, like posting pictures online, an abuser can pick up on, like, oh, maybe mom is at a basketball game or something for their kids. The abuser starts to piece all of this information together and then can find a victim's location. Or also, I know that I'm very guilty of this. I take the exact same route to work every single day. I take the exact same route home every single day. And if a victim is concerned that someone is stalking or stalking them, then maybe thinking through different routes to get to the places that they would normally go, to switch it up a little bit, because if the abusive partner knows that route that that victim is going to take, there's a really good chance that at some point along that route, the abusive partner is going to be waiting for a victim. And then we just want to highlight the resources again that are available for folks. The National Domestic Violence Hotline, they have phone, they have text, they also have chat. Harmony House has a 24-hour hotline that we share with the Victim Center. It's available 24/7, 365. There are advocates that will answer the phone every single time. Harmony House also has a chat feature on our website where someone can chat directly with an advocate in our hotline office. And then the Greene County Family Justice Center, they have advocates available Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 4 that can help folks with an ex parte, connect with law enforcement, prosecuting attorney's office, Borough Children's Division, lots of great resources on site. And then also Deaf Lead is a great resource. They have a voice phone option, video phone, and then also a text option. The Deaf Hotline has a phone and email option. And then I also wanted to highlight the National Network to End Domestic Violence. This techsafety.org/resources has some really great toolkits that encompass a lot of different areas of technology. Aaron and I were chatting that it's impossible to cover all of the different aspects of technology in the time slot that we have. And we could probably literally do a day conference just on technology. But there's really great toolkits for survivors, folks in the legal system, victim service providers. They provide a lot of information on that really kind of expands on what Aaron and I have talked about today, and then provides further resources for individuals. Anything else you want to add?
The only other thing I can think of to add is that also the domestic violence website, the national one, also has resources for if you're in a domestic violence situation and you don't know how to get out. It lists off like, here's what you should think about. Here's what you should prepare before you try and leave, before you try and do anything. So just ways to set yourself up for success with getting away from the person that is harming you.
Yeah. And now we will take questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Kristen or Aaron?
You may have already mentioned this, but is there a specific age group that this is the most prevalent in?
So I found that it was, in my research, the majority of it was in newly wed situations or new relationships. It didn't matter the age of the individual, it was the age of the relationship. So the highest majority of it would be newly dating, newly broken up, or newly divorced. Or if you've been married the stalking, it said, was most prevalent in women that have been married for over 7 years and were already in an abusive relationship, so still in the relationship.
And I will also add to that it is never too early to talk to children about technology, especially with games like Roblox and Fortnite and Minecraft and all of those games that are on the internet. It makes our children easily accessible to complete strangers. And the unfortunate reality, and we've talked about it today, is that people can take perfectly good technology and use it in very harmful ways. So the earlier that we can start talking to our kids about technology, that will just be able to help them identify those red flags and those harmful behaviors before they get into a terrible situation.
Mm-hmm. I will note that I had to have this conversation with my 4-year-old last night. So she uses my husband's Switch to play Stardew Valley, but she is now more technologically savvy than I am, because I don't really know how to use a Switch, where she can go to her own games and do whatever she wants. And we had set up Mario Kart to be played online so that she could play Wednesday nights with her grandparents who live out of state. And she had figured out how to get online and was playing online by herself with people that she didn't know. And we had to sit her down and be like, that's not okay unless it's with your grandparents or your dad and I are playing with you. So yeah, they can get into things that they aren't even aware of how it could harm them.
Oh. I wasn't.
I wasn't sure if you knew this or not, but a lot of times, the stalking situations can come from dating websites. Do you know in your research, just by say somebody giving out their first name or their cell phone number, can that individual find out where they live? Because I've had a lot of people talk about that.
I am so sorry. Can you repeat the question for me?
Well, if let's say you're on a dating site and you just say, hi, my name is Kim, here's my phone number. Could they find out where you live or any information from that? Technology.
It can be if you've used your phone number specifically to set up accounts somewhere else with information that is readily accessible.
Okay, like attached.
So for example, you can search for people on Facebook via their phone number, unless you have your security settings on Facebook set up where they can't be searchable or it's private. So if you put your phone number in that and it's not protected, they can search for it or find you, and including your name or your likeness can be searched that way as well. And if your account isn't set up the way where nothing is visible and you are one of those people that mark where you are or what you're doing or who you're hanging out with, they can gather information that way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I was wondering if there were resources, financial resources that you had to be able to take this message to individuals who are in our area high schools.
Is your question related to like prevention education type programs? Yes. So I can specifically talk about like the Victim Center and Harmony House. We both have prevention education coordinators and prevention education programs. And we love going into any space that will allow us. But we have a really big push on working with kids. So we're in like the Boys and Girls Club, things like that. But then also banking institutions have asked us to come out and speak to their staff because the important thing that kind of the missing piece that a lot of people don't have is the different dynamics of domestic violence and how complex this issue really is. It's not a black and white issue. There are a lot of different pieces to this big puzzle. And so if someone's not aware of those different dynamics, it can be easy to dismiss things. So yes, we do have a big push in our community towards prevention education in any space that we can get into.
I think that one thing that people struggle with is not just relating domestic violence with physical abuse. Domestic violence is also mental and emotional abuse. Anything that can harm or terrorize a person, regardless of whether they're being, again, physically touched or harmed or bruised. It's not just a matter of they hit you and you have a bruise, so you're being abused. If you are mentally or emotionally abused, you can be terrified to be around them, terrified to be around. You're constantly monitoring your actions so that to mitigate their reactions to you and so forth. That's one form of that is CPTSD, which is small amounts of abuse for long periods of time that you have just become accustomed to, but you still have all of the response and the trigger of a single violent experience that PTSD would usually indicate.
I've got a quick question for the online folks. Can we get the slides available via PDF? And then what was the app for the Android for tracking?
The app itself is called Tracker Detect.
And yes, we can make the slides available.
I don't remember where I got this tidbit of information, but I remember hearing that some states have like a thing where when you're talking about recording instances of abuse, if the person being recorded is not aware that they're being recorded, it's not they're not able to use it as evidence. Is that true? Do you know if Missouri is one of those states or?
I don't know if Missouri is. So that particular point is, so I grew up in Texas. In Texas, it is, if someone is being recorded without their knowledge or consent, it cannot be, it's inadmissible in court as evidence, but it can be used to make a case. But they cannot be found guilty based on it. But you can say, here's a piece of evidence that to prove, like, here's everything that I can use in court. I know that this can't be used to convict them, but here's further evidence of that.
I know some counties don't allow that. I'm going to use St. Genevieve as an example. The prosecuting attorney as well as the judge will actually throw it out in a case like this. Unfortunately, Greene County, it's kind of iffy. Webster County is the same way. It just depends on the county prosecutor, honestly. So do you, and get to my question, do you deal with anyone coming out of the cults, like the Duggar cults, like the IBLP, ATI at all?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the end of that again?
Do you, like the Duggars, the cult that they're in, do you deal with any victims coming out of those cults, like at all?
That would be a question to you. Do you deal with victims that have come out of cults or anything like that?
My answer would be that we probably do. I can't think of anything right off the top of my head, but there are a lot of different issues that intersect with domestic abuse. So I would say that yes, we probably have, but I don't have any specific statistics on those numbers.
You're really far away, but I'm going to try to hustle.
Working in the mental health field and with the criminal justice area, working with both populations, male and females, I'm seeing a lot of different dynamics, like you mentioned a while ago, with the dynamics of the different puzzle pieces and everything. Are you seeing any statistics with once people separate and go to safe places? Do you see them being abused by the other person technology wise from that sort of thing by being separated and getting out of that?
Yeah.
And do you have any statistics, male versus female, anything like that?
So like I mentioned at the top, most of the research that has been done has been in cis hetero relationships, with the male being the abuser and the female being the victim. But yes, I believe the stat was, and I could be wrong, I think it's 82% of people that get out of domestic violence situations report that they are still being tracked or stalked or monitored in some form or fashion, whether it's physically or not, by their previous abuser.
And do you see any statistics as far as the abuser stopping their violence and then being abused by the person that they left?
In my research, I did not see anything like that, but that does not mean that it's not possible.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All right, any last thoughts, Kristen or Aaron?
Do you have anything? I just think that while doing this research, and I told my husband why I was doing this research, wow, I am worried about what I can't control, not necessarily in my own life. I had previously come from a domestic violence situation, but in the concern for my children growing up, how am I going to teach them and help them advocate for themselves and protect themselves while not being afraid of living and doing the things that they want to do? And I think with all the resources that Kristen has provided and with using the technology to protect ourselves, that just because the situation can be scary and potentially worrying and things that you have to like think about all the time. It does not have to consume you, as long as you take steps to protect yourself and then continually check and revamp and make sure that you are okay and that you have a safety net and that the people that you surround yourself with can also point out if you are in a relationship or in a situation that is potentially abusive.
Yeah. And I would also highlight the importance of folks getting this information, whether it's attending a conference like this or asking a service provider agency to come out and talk to your staff, club, organization, because you never know. When you're sitting in a crowd, you never know how many victims or survivors of domestic violence there are. And so if we can become a better informed community, we can be a resource to those individuals who need us. Sometimes it can be really hard to come forward and share your story because maybe you've shared it before and no one has believed you or they've been dismissive. So we as individuals have a really unique opportunity to potentially be the first person that believes somebody and that takes the time to listen. So I want to thank everybody for coming to this conference today and engaging in this conversation, because like I mentioned earlier, it is really, really important that we talk about the different dynamics of domestic violence and how it can look. There is no one size fits all. It is very nuanced. Every situation looks different. So the more information that we can have for ourselves, the more we can support individuals who are going through this, or maybe someone in this room is currently experiencing it. And now we've been able to share resources that are available for folks to reach out to help if they need it.
All right. Thank you, Kristen and Aaron. We appreciate you being here with us today. This is Rich Lockhart. Rich has been in law enforcement for 33 years and is a police chief for Lawrence, Kansas Police Department. He was recently appointed by Governor Kelly to serve on Kansas Commission on Peace Officers Standards and Training. He started with Lawrence in January of 2022 after serving as the police chief in Warrensburg, Missouri for 6 years. Before going to Warrensburg, he had a 26-year police career with Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. While in Kansas City, he held assignments throughout the department and was the department's spokesperson for more than 8 years, conducting hundreds of interviews with local, national, and international media. Chief Lockhart has a master's degree in public administration from the University of Kansas, Rock Chalk Jayhawk, and a bachelor's degree in biology from Harding University. In his off-duty time, Chief Lockhart enjoys photography and traveling in his motorhome. Sounds like a lot of us around here. He and his wife, Laura, have 7 kids and live in Lawrence. Please welcome Chief Lockhart.
Thank you all. I'm really happy to be with you today. Can everybody hear me in the back? Get a thumbs up. Yes, thank you very much. All right. Really good to be with you here. Thank you for that introduction, Maggie. And yes, we do like to travel in our RV. We haven't gotten to the point where we take the dog yet. Does anybody camp with their dog? Yeah, I'm like trying. I'm not a dog person. That's why we have one. I'm also not a pet person, but we have a house full of them. So the motorhome is one place where I can get away from dogs, cats, tortoises, box turtles, bearded dragons, snakes, geckos, and whatever else comes walking through the door. So I'm here today to talk to you about premise alerts. Anybody here know what a premise alert is? Well, by the time we get done here, you're going to know exactly what they are. But before I started, I've been doing this for 33 years, which is probably older than a few of you in here have been alive. But I wanted to kind of share some things with you that kids that are working for you today, or some of you in here, may not recognize. So this thing up on the top left, that's a cassette tape. We used to record music on them or buy them at the record store. And what was cool is you could put them in your car and you could listen to music, so you didn't have to listen to the radio. There wasn't any such thing as Bluetooth or an aux cord. The other really cool thing about it is you would, like if you were dating somebody, you would make them something called a mixtape. Anybody remember mixtapes? Got a couple of you in here. And then what was really cool is when you went on a long trip, somebody would get to pick the tape that you listened to. So those of you that don't know what that is, it was a really cool time back before you had to have something to play your music. The next thing there, the upper right, anybody know what that is? Got one right there. What is it? Yes, you put it in a 45. So how many people know what a 45 is? It's not a pistol, okay? I know I'm in Springfield, but it's not a pistol. Yeah, it's a record adapter. So the 45s were smaller records, but they had bigger holes in the middle than the 33s, which were the full-size albums, which are kind of making a comeback. So that's a record adapter. How about this next one down here, lower left? Anybody know what that is? Yes, ma'am. What is that? A card catalog. And where would you find a card catalog? At the library. How many have never seen one of those? Come on, it's okay, young people. I know you've never seen it. Yeah, got a little reluctant hand up there. That's how we used to have to look up books. So when you were looking for books, you would pull these things out, and they're like real narrow little cards, and you thumb through them. And then the librarians would have to like type those up and put them in using a typewriter, which is something we used to use as well. This thing on the bottom right, anybody know what that is? That's a phone book. How about young people? You know what a phone book is? You're like, what are you talking about? But we were in San Antonio when my kid graduated from the Air Force basic training, and we were in this mall. And all along the wall were these brackets, and there was this countertop all the way along. And then underneath there was these little, what used to house something, little black things where you'd bring them up and put them on top of the counter. And I asked every one of my kids, I said, what is that? What was here? Did not know it. It was the payphone bank. And remember, they had the yellow pages underneath, so you'd plop them up there and plop them on the counter. They had no idea what that was. A couple more here. On the far left there, who remembers the two-part VHS tapes? Yes, because the movie was too long for one tape, right? So Titanic was on a double, volume part 1 and part 2. Thing in the middle there, what is that? That is a rear seat ashtray. So for a time, it was required that cars had to have an ashtray in the rear seat. I guess if you're going to smoke, you don't want to have to pass a cigarette back and forth to the driver where the front ashtray is. So that's something you will only see like in really old cars or not at all. The last thing over there, anybody remember one of those? The rotary phone, right? Yeah, those things are good. You may still have some, I guess, around here. I don't know. But that's what we used to call on. The hardest part with the rotary phone were the radio contests, you know, so you had to dial in and you're like, and you had to wait for the thing to all the way back. And so then we got the push button phone that like moved you up on the radio contest things. So it took a while to dial. The worst part of the rotary phone is if you made a mistake, you had to start over, you know, and that was like, oh no. And my first phone number was 7434255. So that 7, it took forever, you know, you dial it all the way around there. So, and we didn't have 911 back then, so you didn't have to worry about that. All right, so I've got a video here I want to show you to start off with. It's a little bit of a graphic video. It does depict somebody being shot by police. So if you're going to be bothered by that, it's about a 12-second video. So disappear for about 30 seconds and come back. But before I show it, I just want to give somebody a chance to leave, come back, whatever. So I'll give you a chance to do that, and then you can come back in and we'll talk. Oh, here.
And just a reminder, if at any time you feel like you need to talk to someone about whatever or need to step out, we do have trauma-informed advocates, and I'm one of them. So I'm going to walk up the steps and be up there to your right if at any time anyone needs to access that.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead and play it.
Hello. What's going on? How you doing, man? What's going on?
This is Victor Hera.
Who's that?
We're chopping up people in the sun. Bipolar schizo.
What's going on? You drop that for me. Drop that for me, guy.
Jay!
Drop it.
Jay!
Drop it.
Jay! Oh, you can't look down! Oh, you can't look down!
Bravo. 7. Drop it. Shots fired. Cover code 3. Drop that. Drop it. Drop.
All right. So what happened there? Officers are responding to a call of a person who was in a mental health crisis. How often does that happen in our country? Almost every day. Police departments handle more and more mental health calls. And so when these officers get there, what did they know about this man and his situation? Nothing. And when they got there, how much information did they get from the guy's mother? I mean, what was her reaction when she was walking out? Oh, he's crazy. He's bipolar. And then right behind her is their son or her son. So the officers this all went down in about 12 seconds. And in that 12 seconds, this man was killed. And these two officers are now facing a wrongful death suit. And most likely in today's climate, they'd be facing prosecution or could be. We've seen that happen a lot too. So when officers go to scenes, one of the things that are really important for us is the more information we have available to us, the safer that interaction will be, not only for the officer, but also for the person who lives there. And that's one of the reasons why we started doing premise alerts in Warrensburg when I was there. We see all these mental health calls, and each person has a unique situation and a unique set of symptoms when that officers, if they know, can, because of their training, react very differently to. With more information, do you believe the outcome of this situation could have been different? Yeah, very likely. And that's part of what we want as police. We don't want to have to go into a situation and have it end like this because it's not good for the person. It doesn't get them the help they need. And it's also not good for the officers who go through that as well. Guys, anybody have these at your house? These were kind of our first sort of premise alerts, right? They're real basic. It's interesting to me when you look around how much better we treat our pets than we do our people, though, right? So everybody who has pets has this for the firemen or medical folks to make sure you rescue our pets. Tells you what's inside. We'd have to have like 10 stickers at my house. One's not enough. And we need like 2 pumper crews to make sure all those pets get out. And so for us as law enforcement or medical personnel, our goal when we come to your house is to have a successful outcome. And that successful outcome is something that really will be the same for all of us. That person that we're being called on gets the medical help they need, whether that be psychological care or medical care. For us in Warrensburg, this discussion started for us at a CIT council meeting. CIT is crisis intervention teams, and we had monthly meetings with our team. And for us, it was more of a problem-solving time to be able to talk about people in our community that were frequently being called either by the paramedics or the police. And typically it wasn't a police matter, it was more of a medical matter. So what we were finding out, Warrensburg's a small community. It's about 20,000 people. I had 36 police. And so being a small community, it's a university community, so we had about 8,000 students. But being a small community, you likely knew the homes you were going to go to over and over. And so informally, officers would know, hey, if I go to this house, this person's there, and this is kind of some of the things that they do. But when I get new officers, they didn't necessarily know that. And if somebody was working who didn't have that information to pass along, then the officers wouldn't have it. For the medical crews, it was even less likely that that information would be passed along. So in one of our meetings, we talked about what if there was a way that when I was sent to, I don't know, 1150 Main Street, that you would know that there's someone there who's living with autism or somebody there who's living with schizophrenia or another type of illness or maybe a disability. What if I knew that ahead of time? Especially when you're dealing with children or adults with autism, the triggers are all different for every one of them. So what if I go there and I know that the trigger for this person is XYZ? That information can help me have a more successful outcome. We had one kid in Warrensburg who, this was, we teach de-escalation, we teach being calm, but this kid was really responsive to a very dominant, commanding male voice. So I had an officer who was like 5'0", female, and if I send her to that house, she's not going to be as successful as if I go to the house. But because we know that if we've got a larger male officer, we can send them there, and this young man responded much more positively. So again, that information helps us be a lot more successful when we handle calls. So when we started thinking about this, there were a lot of things that we had to think about. The first one, probably most importantly, was where was the information going to be stored? So we were like, we all agreed it was a great idea, but where do you put it? If we put it with the police department, I don't know about how it is in Greene County, but every place I've been, people are very suspicious of the police collecting information about them. Is it like that here? Yeah, okay, got a chuckle, so I'm gonna take that as an affirmative. The other department we thought about was the fire department. But you know, firefighters are just playing video games and eating snacks all the time, so that's probably not the best place either. And then we thought about the ambulance service, but they're not seeing people as frequently as the police are, so maybe that's not the best place. So the last one, and the one we settled on, was our central dispatch. So in Warrensburg, it's Johnson County, Missouri. We have a central dispatch that dispatches fire, police, and ambulance for the whole county. And the sheriff is on that dispatch as well. So the great thing about it is it's one CAD system. CAD is computer aided dispatching. That's the computer program that dispatchers and call takers use when you call 911 and they send officers and first responders out. So for us, that was the best place to have that information reside. There could be others though. And as you think about implementing a premise alert program, there may be other places that you want to store this information as well. And this is something that can work. I know we don't have all police or fire or ambulance in here. We have some social workers. So, you know, even within your social work office, if you don't know everyone's clients, this also could be useful within your office too, so that when you go out to see someone, you can pull some of this information up. We also had to think about privacy considerations. With fire and medical, they are bound by HIPAA. Police departments, since we're not healthcare providers, we don't have to worry about HIPAA. So those kinds of considerations were also what we looked at. We wanted to make sure that we were respectful of people's privacy. I don't know if you have people who like to do records requests here, but everywhere I've been, you have these folks that have nothing better to do than to submit records requests to government agencies. So the other thing we had to be concerned about were sunshine law requests. And since some of the stuff could be sensitive information, then we had to be concerned about where it was stored and would it be able to be protected under sunshine law requests. So if it was with like a ambulance service, it would be protected because it's personally identifiable health information, and HIPAA would protect that. But if it was at a police department or dispatch, they're not healthcare providers, so it wouldn't necessarily be protected by HIPAA, but it could be protected by some other portions of the state sunshine law. The next consideration is how to handle updates. So how often you update the information. And this is really part of probably the most important thing with regard to having a premise alert, because people are transient, right? We don't always live at the same address. So when someone moves, is there a mechanism in place to update the information? At first, when we started our premise alert, the information could only be related to the address. So which was great, because at least I know if I'm going to an address that I will have the information. But what happens if I'm shopping at Walmart with my son and something happens there and I have to call the police? How does that information get passed along? So it took some working through the computer-aided dispatching system, but eventually, just before I left, we were able to tie that information to a person, so that no matter where that person was, we would get that information fed back to us. The other thing that we encourage people to do, and I saw this when I was in Kansas City, it was a woman who was living with dementia. Her family had actually taken a Post-it note and put it in the dash above the VIN plate on her car, because that's where police, when we go, we're usually doing an interview looking back like this, and you can see stuff here. But it contained all the information about her diagnosis. It contained information about how to get a hold of family members. And so it was super helpful. So if you're working with clients, or if you have family members who have certain types of things that might affect the way they interact with law enforcement, might be an idea to think about is to put something on the vehicle that they'll travel in as well. That way you can alert law enforcement that there's someone with autism in the car, maybe somebody who's hearing impaired. Anything that might affect the way they would interact with law enforcement would be really helpful for them to have. Any other ideas on that? Anybody have any they use? All right, again, it's all about getting the information to the law enforcement officer or the firefighter or the paramedic so that they can have a successful interaction. In Illinois, they created a premise alert system. This was done by a state law. So if you look up premise alerts, you'll find one for almost every agency in Illinois. The systems are kind of all over the place. I looked at some forms there, and some of them are real basic. They don't have a whole lot of information. And so it varies by jurisdiction. This was one in DeKalb County. You can see it's pretty basic. And the thing about these things too is that because they're voluntary, you're essentially giving consent to have that information provided to the agency. And the one thing we do is we usually send this out through the officer's MDT. So when an officer goes on a call, this information isn't put out over a police radio. So it's not like everybody can hear it. So we take that into consideration as well. And then if you don't have that, you could also have your dispatcher call your officer and tell them what information you have. This is one from Palatine, Illinois. And it's just a real basic form. It's got the waiver in there so that you can make sure that folks understand it's voluntary and all the considerations. Here's another one. This is the one that kind of introduces the one from Johnson County, Missouri, and I'll have the form here in a minute up for you to see the whole form. Johnson County, we use dispatch to collect the information. As I mentioned earlier, it was initially tied to the address. So their CAD system is SunGuard, which is now part of Central Square. So whoever your CAD provider is, find out how you could get this information in there and the best way to store it, and they should be able to give you that information. If you're in a county dispatch situation, that's really the most ideal, because then you don't have to worry about having all these different systems and having all these different agencies collect. But even if you're not, it's still worthwhile to do it, because Springfield has to collect it. They can always transfer it over to Greene County, so the sheriff's office has it, or if the fire department's separate, you can share the information once you get that information form filled out and sent in. And again, the value here is we want successful outcomes for people who come in contact with law enforcement and first responders. We were later able to update that so that it attached to the person regardless of where they were. And one thing we had in Warrensburg too, we had a lot of group homes that had folks that were living away from their family. I don't know if you guys have any of those here or not. We had one that was particularly troublesome. And so the police were always getting called to one of their homes or to Walmart or someplace like that. And again, we became familiar with them very quickly, but it would have been nice early on to be able to have more information to have a more successful outcome. It's voluntary on the part of the person and family. In Johnson County, we updated it annually. And so we wanted to make sure that everyone's information was accurate. But again, it's incumbent on the family member or the person to update information with us and make sure that we have the most accurate information. And if you move, you want to update it, and the form has a lot of those things in there to let you know. But once a year, Johnson County, they enter the date, and then they set a deadline in their CAD system that says, hey, you need to get a hold of this person and see if they want to update their information or keep it in there. Also, if somebody wants to withdraw their information, they can do that too. That's perfectly acceptable. Again, you don't want to make it so that somebody's tied to it if they want to be out or something like that. Johnson County also has a TTY. Most dispatch centers will have a TTY. So you can actually test that out with somebody in your community who uses a TTY, and you can exchange information back and forth through that. It's also good to let your officers and first responders know that somebody in the home uses a TTY. That means they may not be as verbal as an officer would expect somebody to be. And so that's an important piece of information to have as well, because you can have the dispatcher working back and forth through that TTY as well. And then lastly, they're using something called Rapid SOS. Do you guys know about that here? Anyway, you can create a profile in Rapid SOS, and when you call 911 in Johnson County, Missouri, it brings your profile in. So that's something to think about as well. It's free. Emergencyprofile.org is the website for that. So again, another resource to be able to get that information to call takers and dispatchers when they are when you are calling about someone. And it's especially important when you have children and adults with autism. They tend to run away, and they tend to run to the same places. So knowing where those places are, family members know them. They usually go there first. But if you can get that information to law enforcement, it's a stressful time. So as much of this is done ahead of time, it reduces that stress when that incident happens. So getting that to the law enforcement officers can get a quicker response to be able to find your family member and get them back home safely. That's the little profile, the little Facebook thing they did when they started Rapid SOS. So again, just getting that out to the community and letting them know about that. You've got a big community here, and so you've got a lot of things to think about with that, and getting the word out to everyone to make sure that they have that will be very important. You want to pull up that form, Cody, and I'll show you what the Johnson County, Missouri form looks like. It's a fillable PDF. It's available on their website. And so you can and just scroll down. This is what it looks like. Yeah, you go to the next page. So lots of qualifying language here. It was all done with lawyers, so you know how lawyers are. You got to have all that stuff. So these are the kinds of questions that were asked. And you can keep scrolling down. It's pre-filled narrative there, so you can fill that in. Contact information, secondary contact. And again, some of the things, guns on the premise, that's a really important thing to remember. Aggressive pets in the home, that's another thing to think about. And all of these things, fearful of police. I mean, that's one thing that, we don't know when we go in there ahead of time. If somebody's fearful of police, knowing that that person might already be triggered or elevated before we get there can help us as we form our response and make sure that we're a little more open and a lot less aggressive and more approachable. And then the other thing here too, you've got some suggestions if the loved one is preferred to be contacted through one of the crisis lines, and then just signing below that they are authorized to provide this information on behalf of their family member. The consents and all of those things are there below that. So that's what it looks like there. Be happy to answer any questions y'all might have as you're thinking about going through this. I would strongly encourage you to work through this with your agencies. It's something that really doesn't cost a whole lot of money, but it does provide greater safety for your community, greater safety for your family members, and also better safety for law enforcement. My name and phone number and or email address are up there. So if you have a question that we don't get to today, or you want some more information about this, I'm happy to visit with you about that. Anyone have questions? It's a quiet audience. Did they get out of here early? If yeah. Oh, Maggie's got a question. Imagine that. So for us, we started this with our CIT council, our crisis intervention team council, and our council in Johnson County was really unique because we opened it up to the university was part of it, the hospital was part of it, and they all had communities that they were connected to. So we really used our leadership team through the crisis intervention team council to be able to get this information out. And then we had a dispatcher who really took ownership of this project. And anywhere they went for a community event, they went into the schools and spoke. They went to different places that we had folks who received services through Johnson County Cares, and gave this information to them. She was really, like a rock star on tour. And so we were able to get hundreds of people signed up for this. And again, it was really effective for the family members to know that their family member was going to be treated well when they called police, fire, or EMS. Yes, ma'am.
Were any negative, like stigmatized reactions from that as an individual who was on this focus on it was the mental health aspect and stigma on that end, were there families that were like, I don't like this seems very stigmatized, that kind of thing, or it seems like there's a lot of positive feedback from the county. But at the same time, I'm kind of surprised by that because of the stigma that still sticks around, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think the way it was sold really helped that. It was something that it wasn't the police coming to you and saying, we want this information about your family member. It was a group, the CIT Council. And then we also used our local newspaper. We still had the Daily Star Journal. So your community newspapers are really important for getting that message out. But at the end of the day, it's a voluntary program. So if somebody doesn't want to be part of it, but in answer to the stigma question, we're actually trying to remove the stigma and just say, this is normal. This is just what my family member is experiencing. And we also we're fortunate that all of the police officers and most of our dispatchers were CIT trained. So it was a great experience. And that was one of the goals that all the agencies set. We wanted to have a CIT trained person from the time you dial 911 until the officer gets there. And so it was really a blessing to have our dispatchers and my officers. I had 100% trained in CIT, because now when somebody when you get that information, you understand, because you've been through the course, about what somebody with autism may look like when you get there, or somebody who's experiencing schizophrenia, or somebody who's in psychosis and may not be as rational as they would be if they're not in psychosis. And so, understanding all that helps that officer relate better, and having that CIT training really helped. So that helped. And I think that's part of it too, is, how many in here have a family member who has mental illness? Yeah. Or how many of you know somebody who has mental illness? It's almost every hand in the room. So it's not like, this is some weird thing that no one really knows about. It's the whole, it's okay not to be okay. And it's one of our officers who taught understanding autism for our CIT training had a son who was autistic. And, he would say, we're out in a restaurant and my son's screaming and everybody's looking at us like, why don't you do something? And it's like, well, we are doing something. We're letting him express himself. And it's just that lack of understanding. And, cops are no different from the rest of the community. The more we can educate and understand what people are experiencing and help them be a little more empathetic is how we have better outcomes. So good question. What else? All right. Well, I will hang around for a little bit. If anyone has other questions, I'm happy to answer those. Thank you for having me here today. Hopefully you got some good information out of this, and enjoy the rest of your conference. Yeah.
I need to keep unmuting. We're going to take a 15-minute break and finish up with our panel, which is really awesome. So stretch your legs, get a drink, and we'll meet you back here in a few for the final presentation. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Everyone hear me okay? Okay, no one responded. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Welcome to the final panel, final session today. We are going to be discussing substance abuse and domestic violence. My name is Paula Rector. I teach in the department of, or actually now we're called the School of Criminology and Criminal Justice. And I teach our domestic violence class, and I'm one of the coordinators of this conference. I also am on the board of directors of Rebound Foundation. You might have seen our table out front. We're a small organization providing transitional housing to survivors. And I'm very lucky today to have some folks who agreed to be on our panel, and we're definitely going to have Q&A at the end of this. So kind of be thinking about what questions that you might have as we go through this. So first, I want to introduce the panelists. I'll start over here. This is Susan Hickam. She served over 20 years in U.S. probation and pretrial services, and she currently serves as the executive director, of Lafayette House. This is a shelter located in Joplin that serves domestic violence, sexual assault survivors, and as well as people with substance abuse issues. And we also have in the middle here Stephanie Jones. Stephanie is a survivor of domestic violence, and she volunteers her time to serve on the Greene County Family Justice Center Voices Committee. If you're not familiar with that, that's a survivor-led volunteer group that aims to give a voice of hope and change in our community and a voice of support to survivors in our community. And then at the very end here, we have Sergeant Chris Rasmussen. Did I say that right?
Good enough.
No, I want to say it right. Because I'm going to keep saying it. Rasmussen. Okay, I'm going to put it right here. All right. There we go. Officer Rasmussen, Sergeant Rasmussen, who is an over 20-year veteran with the Springfield Police Department and currently serves as the supervisor of the domestic violence unit. And so I asked these three people to be here today because in my own work and in my academic work and working with survivors, something that has come up for the decades that I've been doing this is the continual relationship between domestic violence and substance abuse. And it's a complicated issue. It's a tricky issue. It's a nuanced issue. And I think it definitely is something that deserves an hour of our time to learn more about. We know that this issue is complex. We know that there are many scenarios and challenges when both domestic violence and substance use and abuse are present. And we just know that it is far too common as well. We know that someone having a substance abuse problem significantly increases the likelihood of them becoming an abuser. But we also need to be careful in addressing this issue. And that's because we don't want to blame necessarily substance abuse for domestic violence. I mean, the majority of people who use substances and even those who abuse substances do not become abusers and coercively control their victims. We also have a late addition to our panel. Come on up. No. Come on up. This is Cindy Spate. Am I saying that correctly? Okay. And she has been in the field for over 20 years, providing services for individuals with developmental disabilities in residential and community settings. And she is also a child abuse survivor. So thank you for being with us as well, Cindy. So as I was saying, it's very nuanced in that there's absolutely a relationship between domestic violence and substance abuse. And at the same time, we need to be careful in the ways that we talk about this. But there's no doubt that there is a link between this. According to the American Society of Addiction Medicine, substance abuse is involved in about 40 to 60% of all intimate partner violence incidents. And about 1/4 to half of men who commit acts of domestic violence also have substance abuse problems. So the connection is clear. And there's no doubt that in this relationship between substance abuse and domestic violence, and many survivors speak about how violence and aggression worsen when their abuser is under the influence of drugs and alcohol. And for example, for the most fatal violence, about half of all domestic homicides, alcohol is present. So there, again, the connection is real. And substance abuse is also reality for many victims. Some survivors use as a way to cope with past and current abuse. For example, abused women are 15 times more likely to misuse alcohol and 9 times more likely to abuse drugs than non-abused women. The National Center on Domestic Violence, Trauma, and Mental Health, in their latest report, found that of women getting addiction treatment, almost half had experienced intimate partner violence in their lifetime, and 67% reported experiencing physical violence in the prior 6 months. So again, that's a high number. We also know that some survivors are forced to use drugs. There are certainly abusers who will use this as a tactic to deflect blame on their own behaviors and use this against victims. And we also know that there are abusers who might sabotage recovery efforts of victims who are needing to get recovery and attempting to get recovery. And we know that some victims are even drugged. In all of these scenarios, it's easier to control and manipulate someone who is under the influence of substances. So all of this, and I'm just giving you a snippet of this, a little overview of the kinds of things that I would like to talk about today. All of this creates additional challenges when we are trying to prevent domestic violence, and also when we're trying to respond to domestic violence, when we're trying to give victims the services that they need, and as we're trying to hold offenders accountable as well. And so we're going to start off with some questions because that's what we're really here for. And Chris, I'm going to start with you. Could you begin by just kind of talking to us a little bit about like just what is your experience and what is the law enforcement experience when you see that connection of domestic violence and substance abuse?
Well, my experience, I would say it relates back to just working at the very basic is a call for service for a domestic assault call or domestic disturbance call. I heard you say the percentages of where it's involved, that I would confirm that it is involved on a regular basis. When it comes to, that influence in a domestic assault, it's very powerful. I read, my job allows me to read pretty much every domestic violence report that comes through our system every single day. Every morning I review every one of them and then decide where they go from there and how they go from there, who they're assigned to, if they're assigned, if they're sent on to the prosecutor's office, or if they need, further follow-up investigation. And like I said, what Paul mentioned, the percentages, I would say it's probably higher than what you're saying. And you can see that when you read the reports, just the patrol officer that writes this report, it may not be specifically, noted in there that there's a substance abuse issue going on or there's alcohol or drugs involved at the location. But when you read those reports, you get good at just noticing that kind of thing. And then, reviewing follow-up cases, detectives have finished their follow-up investigations and then submitting them, and I review those as well. And when they've done that, and then speaking with navigators that work within the Family Justice Center that help victims, you can see on a regular basis, folks that, victims that waver back and forth in terms of how they want to go forward with either seeking prosecution or seeking a resolution that's maybe in a different route based off what that what I would call the offender status is at that point in time with their sobriety.
And what do you mean by that? When you say their status, are you referring to like maybe they're trying to get clean or how far into addiction they are?
That maybe they're trying to get clean. And I don't know how familiar folks are with substance abuse, but I spend a good deal of time at the Springfield Police Department with our narcotics unit, and it always shocked me at a substance abuse, someone that was hooked on some kind of either alcohol, drugs, whatever it may be. The mindset that they had when they're clean never really synced with me, because clean to me would be someone that's showing signs of sobriety over a long period of time. And their perspective of that would always be, well, I'm sober. When was the last time you used? Oh, it's been, a day ago, but they're sober in their mind. So a victim of domestic violence too, they care about this person, obviously, because they're already in that relationship with them, right? So that bond is a lot closer than just a regular assault victim. So they see that person, even if they also are hooked on some kind of a substance abuse or under the influence or have that influence in their life, they can relate to that. So they see that person going without something for a couple of days. They think, well, they're better now, but that's what caused them to have this behavior and do this to me. So now that they're better, I'm going to give them another chance.
And so hope that yes.
So but it's in my mind that sobriety that they feel isn't sobriety, but to them it is.
So interesting.
It's coming from a completely different perspective. Someone that's not under the influence of some kind of substance abuse or than it is someone that is the idea of sobriety and how they can get better and how they can change because they're not using at this moment in time, may be different 3 days from now.
Sure. That's a good point. I think of realizing too, when I'm hearing you say that, I think of, the number of victims that I have worked with, survivors that I know and have worked with and talked about, these periods of sobriety, and often referring to it as periods of sobriety. And really it's more periods of not active use rather than sobriety. And I think that's what you're getting at.
Exactly.
Stephanie, I see you giving a lot of head shakes there. Can you talk a little bit about your experience and how substance abuse played into the abuse that you endured?
Yes, I think that touched on a lot of good subjects. When you're referring to like them being clean, it's kind of like when you're on drugs and you're coming down, so you expect them to be in a much more leveled state, but in all reality, it's kind of actually like a roller coaster, and you know that you're on the downfall, but it's going to go back up. So that's something that I thought about every single time that, I had to call or there had to be a call for domestic violence. Was like, oh, we're on the downhill, things are going to get better. Do I want to press these charges? And the addiction process that I had to go through with the domestic abuse, I just feel like intensified everything. And it's really heartbreaking to think back now, everything that I went through, but you had a lot and you have a lot of thinking to do when you have an officer in your face and you're like, hey,
Sure.
you're going to press these charges. Like, we really want you to press these charges. And, like, there's a bond there, and then you're on that roller coaster. Some people have kids you have to take into consideration. And it's really a windmill, honestly.
Yeah. I think that's a good, the way of like the roller coaster, because addiction is a roller coaster by itself, right?
Yeah,
Domestic
and then
violence can be a roller
yeah.
coaster by itself.
I get
So when you said it just amplifies everything, I think that's probably the best way of, like, I was trying to find the words for it. It exacerbates everything. It amplifies everything. It takes everything to the next level. And one of the things that we do commonly see as well in this is, the perpetrator might be, promising to get treatment, for example, and that plays into, the challenges that, I'm probably speaking to the choir here, but the challenges that people face as they're trying to leave these situations. When you have also substance abuse involved, for a lot of times victims will also think that, if they just get clean, then the abuse will stop. Does anyone want to speak to what they see in that as well? Susan?
Well, I can also attribute to that is as a part of that manipulation, because oftentimes, even with substance use or substance abuse, maybe the offender will even stop use for a while.
Yeah.
And that would be more of a manipulation tool. See, I can stop anytime I want, but the abuse doesn't stop, or especially the mental and emotional portion of domestic violence. So many times we're thinking about the physical aspect,
Right.
but it is truly that power and control, that manipulation, that isolation. And so being able to show their victim, I can use and I cannot use, but either way, they're still having that control. Or they can also take that and use that against the victim, is especially if they're a mutual use, they can
Yeah.
use that as, you don't remember what happened. And then they start to flip that narrative, and the victim is oftentimes going, oh, I guess I remember that incorrectly, or because I was using at the same time. They're
Right.
really being able to manipulate what was actually occurring.
Okay. I appreciate you saying that, of understanding the way in which it plays into, when we think about power and control and coercive control, that it's again, another ratcheting it up level that Stephanie was talking about. Cindy, you brought up when you have people who are mutually, not mutually domestic violence, talking about mutual substance abuse. In terms of, when you do have two partners who in a domestic violence where one is abusing the other, but both are using substances. And that is something I think is probably one of the most understood elements of this. I know a lot of people who are service providers certainly understand when they're helping victims that they see a lot of people who have substance abuse issues and the challenges that creates. But I think what's often misunderstood is the dynamics that are happening in the relationship. And like you talked about, really gaslighting of when, if you have someone who is under the influence of substances, they're going to be easier to manipulate and control. And when you have someone who is themselves engaging in bad behavior, it can be used as well to, deflect blame and think about it more of like, well, this is just a couple problem. This is just our problem, or we need to get help together, which maybe they both need substance abuse help, but never together, because that doesn't work out. But does anyone want to talk a little bit about that? Or Stephanie, your experience with that, and then Cindy, you as well. I'd love to hear you jump in.
Well, I actually was going to say I have a very different perspective from
Okay.
everyone here at the committee and a panel. I apologize and sorry that I was late.
It's okay. We're glad you're
and
here.
Thank you for having me. I just wanted to say that what I see is the front line of families. And that when you talk about dynamics, the dynamics of the kids that are affected and how that is just a generational thing. They're already younger, they're already being manipulated by their parents, good or bad, right? Because they're the caregivers. But then there's another layer of that where there's people that are adults that are being taken care of, or children with people that have disabilities. So ongoing, they need to have the medication, or seniors that need to have the medication. So some of that is a little bit of they're already someone that might be preyed on. And then they have people that are taking their medication, especially parents that I've seen a lot of. I was in a kind of a groundbreaking type thing where the Department of Mental Health had started going with DFS and partnering for children that had disabilities and giving them 24-hour care because they wouldn't traditionally fit the foster home type system. And many times I saw those parents that were actually taking the children's medication, abusing them, and they could not speak for themselves. They were nonverbal. And so I think it starts even in a family situation too.
Sure.
And I just want to recognize that whole piece of people that are already preyed on. Wow. On top of that, they are really preyed on already. Some of us have a voice that can say some of those things, but very often there's not an advocate that can be in that home and see those things. We won't even see it. It's a kind of a silent crime that happens and then no one knows until they know.
Right. I think one of the things that I talk a lot about is vulnerability. Wherever you have vulnerability, unfortunately, you have the potential for abuse. And there are abusers will do a lot to create opportunities for vulnerabilities to exist and take advantage of those opportunities. So I'm glad that you brought that up. Stephanie, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Yes. I wanted to add that during most of my abuse, I was sober because I was pregnant and breastfeeding. But after, I used alcohol to cope because I hadn't really processed all the mental healing. There's so many other aspects mentally that you have to go through afterwards. But during that time, I'm just going to be honest, I probably would have done anything than feel what I was feeling. Yeah. And I kind of compare it to people that are suicidal, like, you just kind of feel like you're whittling away. And at that point, I mean, there probably was times that I contemplated it, but I was raised differently being pregnant and breastfeeding.
Well, and I do want to comment to the fact that a lot of people just self-medicate and they already have a mental illness, underlining that they have no idea about. And then they are trying to seek something to be able to help themselves. And it's not what they need, but they're trying to do something.
Yeah.
And that's very, very common, the alcohol and different things that someone might use.
And if you don't have a mental illness after going through a domestic abusive relationship, you have a mental illness.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah. I think we talk about it often in terms of with mental illnesses. Obviously, there are some, biological chemical responses, but absolutely people can develop, emotional responses. They're going to develop emotional responses and mental health responses to trauma and abuse. And again, when we have people who aren't able to get help for their, for what they've experienced, we are going to see people more likely to turn to substances, which that makes me want to kind of wrap that into services when we're thinking about, well, what do we do about this? How do we better help survivors if if their abuser is under the influence? Because one, it makes them more dangerous. I mean, we've got a safety risk issue right away. Not that we didn't before, but we have an enhanced safety issue. And two, of dealing with that, but also then if the survivor is also using substance abuse, there creates some challenges. And I want to start first with talking about, the police response, and then I want to move into services as well. Do you see when you're working and your officers in the field, do you see some reluctance when it comes to, if the person who's being victimized is also under the influence or using, does that create in my mind, I'm thinking, well, and also the research of that, there can be some reluctance to call the police, especially if it's not just alcohol, right? Or in states that have, legal marijuana now, that they're using, serious hard drugs. Do I want to call the police when I myself am a criminal offender technically? And we have heard stories of where, that becomes the focus. And that creates, again, then we're going to create more vulnerability because that person's not going to reach out and get help. So can you talk a little bit about how do you guys handle that? And
so I think you have to be sensitive to it when you show up on a call for service like that. If you are even given the opportunity to, because yes, it's very much the case. There are folks out there that if they are on those hard drugs, they probably had negative interactions with police in the first place. So are they going to want to call us for help? No, they're not. But sometimes it's not necessarily the two people that are involved that we get called. We show up because a neighbor calls, or we show up because a witness heard something, or a kid calls. for that matter. So when you do show up to situations like that, I mean, it can be extremely frustrating because you know something's going on, but they don't want to tell you anything.
Right.
A lot of the folks that are really involved in those hard drugs, believe it or not, we already know them and we already have a history with them.
They would like to think you don't.
Yes, but we do. And most officers will check that stuff before they get there. If they
Sure.
know who they're going to, or if they know what address they're going to. You know, over the years and years and years of us going to calls for service at addresses, histories, you know, come up to those places. So we're usually familiar, I would say about 70% of the time, of who we're dealing with. More experienced officers we have discretion, a lot of discretion in our job. And sometimes the best discretion is to attack the problem at hand. And it isn't the substance abuse problem at that point in time. It's getting that person you're responding to safe, or those kids safe. And you have to overlook some things like that. I mean, it's not uncommon for us to get victims services that are that have just, you know, either been assaulted or they need medical attention or something to that effect. And yeah, there might be drugs involved. But when I say we have discretion, if that victim had some illegal substance on their person, we're probably going to take that. We're probably going to log it into our property system and we're going to destroy it. Because it's not going to do us any good to hang another charge on that person. Because one, either they went out on a limb to really seek our help.
Right.
So why would we throw that at them? I know that sounds crazy to maybe some people that, you know, if we caught someone with some hard drug, that we're not going to do anything about it. We're going to do something about it. We're going to remove it and we're going to destroy it, and they're not going to have access to it anymore. But it's not our goal. It's not officers' goals to go around and arrest people. That's just not what it is. It's yeah, that's our job. It's part of our job, but part of our job is to make sure when you're responding to someone that's been involved in a violent crime, to get them help.
Yeah. And do you see ever the situation where again, maybe both parties are using or abusing substances, where the abuser tries to manipulate that situation?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm not laughing at the situation because I just read one. But it's astonishing how much the domestic violence, just when you read a domestic violence report, there's always one thing that started that argument. And a lot of times it's over either a partner using, or them both using, or they both agreeing that they need to get clean, but yet one of them doesn't do it, the other one gets mad. And then it just cycles out of control from there. I've also seen it where you maybe kind of to divert a little bit, just where it is one person, but they care about that person so much, and they think if they can get that person arrested and taken to jail, that we can force them through the court system.
And force treatment.
And that doesn't work.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, I mean, I'm thinking of one, and there's probably some people in here that could pick it out just from me talking about it, that was the hiccup from them cooperating with prosecution. All of us knowing that this is going to happen again because they're reluctant to assist us with the prosecution that we need, to assist in prosecution to get charges on this person, unless we guaranteed the charges that we were going to give them was forced sobriety. Yeah. And when we can't promise that, it throws a wrench in the whole system of getting that person help.
Because they so desperately
want them.
Yeah. And want them to be clean.
Yes. So
Susan, thinking about, so I don't know how many of you are familiar with Lafayette House, but I if you want to give a little bit of an overview, because you're pretty unique in that you offer in the services that you do offer. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to just talk a little bit about the services you provide. And then if you could talk about, what is your experience as you're serving just a multitude of populations? What are some of your experiences of what are the most challenging aspects of this for survivors and what they need in both freeing themselves from abuse and also staying clean?
Well, first of all, Lafayette House, we've been in existence since 1978 in Joplin, and we did start out as the Family Violence Center. We grew into accepting sexual assault, and then we also added on substance use disorders. So we are very unique in that we can serve all three missions in one area. where a lot of times most domestic violence centers have to refer out. a
Yeah, I
lot
think
of
it's
the
about only about a
cases.
third of domestic violence shelters offer substance abuse treatment as well.
Correct. And so really to have that understanding, and I think that probably everyone can attest here that this is a true intersection, and in majority of the cases, you're going to see that, but you're not always going to see someone who identifies that that's a need. So oftentimes we will have people who are in substance use treatment, and it is through their sobriety, it's through their recovery that they also realize, oh, I'm a victim of domestic violence, or I'm a victim of sexual assault. And the same is true for somebody who comes into domestic violence services. If they have a true substance use disorder, then they're struggling with that clarity to understand that they are a true victim of domestic violence. So to be able to address that, because oftentimes in a previous center that I worked at, we did not have substance use disorders available. And so we would have to refer that out because we needed the person to gain some clarity so they could start addressing the abuse that they've been through.
Sure.
And to be able to do that all in one place is really fantastic. You were saying so much that I was just, we've seen that, but it is that moment of clarity. And we also you talk about the forced use. The victim wants that so much for their abuser to just get off drugs, let's just go back to that happy point. But so many times it's families and courts who also want that for the victim, and trying to let people understand that the victim has to be ready for the domestic violence services, for the sexual assault services, for the substance use disorder services.
Same thing, we can't be forced into it.
Exactly, that it's not going to work. And families so much want that for their loved one who are having all these experiences, and to understand that it is a process. And that is the one thing that with Lafayette House, we can understand when we're walking with somebody through whatever issue that they're dealing with. We let them decide when they come in, what is it you need from us first? And we kind of give them guidance from there. So if they come to us for substance use disorders, but during group sessions, they start to identify other issues, then we can introduce them more into our domestic violence services and vice versa. So that is really just a true help for anyone with these experiences. But I also want to go back to something that Cindy said, is also recognizing that this is not just about intimate partner violence, that this is truly domestic violence that happens in homes. So this may be an elderly parent who's being abused by an adult child, or children who have aged out, who have never been able to bring to the attention what's been happening in their homes, who then come in for the services. The other part to that is the victim may not have any substance use disorders of their own, but now we can help them to understand what were they experiencing with their partner, what was their partner and that abuse, because now we can talk about codependency and we can really have those.
Yeah, it's hard to, I think what you're all saying is there's only so much you can do when someone's under the influence of substances at the time in which you're trying to respond. And obviously the most important thing is to keep that person safe and not to obviously penalize them for being a victim at that point, and not, we wouldn't want to focus on their wrongdoings at that point. The challenges exist when people, again, and the process of getting clean is challenging. That's its own challenge. Cindy, I wanted to come to you and give you more opportunity to speak too, because you're way down there at the end for me. So Cindy, a long history of working with folks with developmental disabilities. And I know when you and I talked on the phone, one of the things I mentioned again was the vulnerabilities piece, and I brought that back up. And so, when you have someone who's using substances and is a victim, that vulnerabilities that are created that we've been discussing here, can you talk, you alluded to it a little bit, but can you talk a little bit more about how the population you work with is vulnerable and why, and how that's so difficult? Like they were saying, how, someone gets clean and then they start to have that clarity, and being able to work with folks with developmental disabilities to help them understand what might be happening to them is abusive behavior.
You're right. There is probably a little bit of a lack of for a lot of advocacy or trying to get the people to understand what has happened to them. Because typically if it's a nonverbal person or it's a senior and they're now getting dementia, or there's a person that, you know, has an acute diagnosis where they're not going to be able to express things, they're probably repeat victim, sadly. So then what happens is there's constant getting things, and I don't know the statistics or anything like that, but there are caregivers that could have access to medication. And there are also now more self-directed services where people who may have physical challenges or are more vulnerable physically than you and I might be to fight somebody off, but they invite them in their home and then they have medication that is muscle relaxers.
Right.
They have these things because they have the diagnosis. So therefore they're kind of preyed on. So I think it's more about recognizing that, again, the behind the scenes, and then the vulnerability is the best word that I've heard you say. That definitely just describes the whole thing for sure. But I also want to say that the person that's the perpetrator, there are people that are self-medicating, and again, thinking about mental health and working in that. But we work a lot of times with people that have mixed diagnosis. It's hard to tell, I'm sure, whenever someone comes into your situation, do they really have a mental illness? And they have all these drug symptoms. And so by the time they detox, do you even get to see that? Do you have a screening to be able to tell that versus are they on drugs and this is how they're acting? Or is it because they really have a hidden mental illness and they're going to continue to abuse until they get that root of that problem? So there's a lot of roots, I guess, is what I'm saying, both for victims and for the people that may be doing it because of some kind of other need other than just to get their fix on. Like they may be mentally really struggling. So I think it's just it's an interesting dynamic to hear all of this compared to what I do. So I think I'm kind of the odd fellow, but I love hearing that, what everyone is doing. And I think it makes our community more inclusive to think about how all of us could help each other into making that a better place for
I agree.
All people.
Agreed. Stephanie, can you, Susan mentioned that sometimes as survivors are getting clean and going through their own moments of sobriety, that they, look at what's happened to them in a different way than when they were under the influence. Are you comfortable sharing an experience like that? Do you feel that getting clean helped you think differently about what happened?
So I'm really glad that you asked that.
Okay, good.
But I feel like a lot of people in our, like that I watch in our community literally fall through the cracks with the whole addiction and the domestic abuse correlation. Whether they're seeking help for one or the other, the other one kind of gets brushed off, and it's kind of like some kind of dual balance that we have to find, because you can't really heal all the way. After most of my abuse and getting even away from my abusers, and just dealing with everyday regular life, I went to alcohol, and I maybe hadn't mentally processed everything that I needed to. And getting sober is when I realized that, like being completely sober, which is going on 3 years now.
Congratulations.
It's just to look back, it makes everything so much more foggier, obviously. But the whole healing that these people need that have been in these situations, they need to be mentally right. They need to be sober. They need to have that all correlating together for them to be able to move to a next step. And as a community, I feel like we really have to find that balance.
So I'm hearing a takeaway, I think, is that we need better mental health services. I think is one that I can assume everyone in the room probably agrees with, that we're talking about some unmet needs,
And
persistent.
Like she said, when, you go into a shelter, and even just being in a relationship like that with ups and downs, it's kind of like your highs and lows. So you're already manic.
Yeah.
So you really don't know. Like I really do know that people looked at me and they were like, is that girl on drugs?
Yes.
When I wasn't.
Yes.
So it is hard to distinguish, and without having both of those tackled kind of like intermediately or throughout a process. And what you do, that's why I admire what you do so
Thank
greatly,
you.
all the levels that you can in one place. is that because it targets, you know?
So I also just want to say too, with your situation, what a victory that is for your family and for your child that you had, because it is generational.
Yes, I was getting ready to ask about that, for you to talk
Yes.
about that.
And
But-
so when we talk about children and we talk about those victims, it's going to continue to happen. And then a lot of times, even if it's a person with a disability, if that is what they know and the norm, and they've been, you know, beaten, hurt, and someone has taken their drugs or whatever that is and manipulated, then that's what they know. And they know that.
Right. We're just now getting to the point where we can even study those repercussions with the children. So it's mind blowing, the statistics that are going to be coming out and there's a lot of need there.
And I think, you know, and you guys kept bringing up children here and there, and I wanted to ask about that, because we all obviously understand that a situation where domestic violence or substance abuse in the house for a child is very challenging. Clearly, again, it's elevated when you have both of those, and why it's so important, again, when we want to think about prevention efforts, and why it's so important when we want to think about helping survivors get their needs met, whether that is the domestic violence, the substance abuse, mental health, all three of them. Why it's so important is because, like you said, when we have children who are going through this, people cope with past trauma, with substance use, and they develop mental health disorders when they have been abused. Obviously not everyone, but it's certainly, there's a correlation there, and it helps us to understand a little bit about why this would continue. And at the same time, I feel like we have a good idea of what needs to be done, but there's so many challenges to still getting the right amount of mental health support and substance abuse help for people.
I do feel like the substance abuse, most of those people kind of fall through the cracks.
Yeah.
You know, even though they're seeking that help, or they're, you know, and they're targeting the one thing of getting away from the abuse, and, you know, they're still struggling with something else, and whether they, you know, like get kicked out of the shelter, they have to still cope with their addiction, you know?
Yeah. And like I said, only about a third of shelters offer substance abuse. It doesn't mean that, you know, every shelter isn't going to allow someone with a substance abuse problem into their shelter, of course, but can actively offer that service at the same time. It's challenging.
And if they don't, they still have to deal with it.
Right. They're dealing with it one way or another.
Well, and I do want to add that additional service that we do provide, which I think it's a pilot program for the state of Missouri, but it is something to consider nationally, is we are a Families First program.
Yeah.
So for our substance use disorders, we are looking for a primary population of women who are pregnant or just gave birth, who are in the middle of using. So we want to be able to help them through that addiction, but maintain the bond with their child. So we actually have a specialized program directed at that. So when you have that substance use, a pregnancy, or a recent birth, and then you have the abuse that's all piled on top of that, and you think about how, if someone were to come to you, how are you referring all that out?
Right.
It's nearly impossible.
Right.
So I like to think that we're making great strides. Can we do things better? I hope so, and I hope to continue to do so. But I think to acknowledge that you have all those different layers, and that is a challenge when you're helping anyone in these situations of how do you refer out, and how do you guarantee those resources?
And how do you guarantee those resources? And, you know, you saying that also makes me think of, you know, research that I've done in the past about women's victimization and, you know, the high rate of you know, substance use amongst women in particular who have been abused. And of course, you know, men obviously as well are more likely to use if they have experienced trauma, not at the same rate, but it certainly increases that as well. But that, you know, domestic violence shelters obviously take families, but a lot of substance abuse facilities do not. And when you have someone who is the primary parent who is a victim, and they are needing treatment, are they going to choose treatment and leave their kids in the care of their abuser? Absolutely not. Right? We're putting them in an impossible situation. And so, while again, I'm so glad that you all are doing what you're doing and are so smart and intelligent and clearly passionate about what you're doing and helping survivors, there obviously still is a long way to go in meeting the need. We don't have a lot of time left, and I definitely want to have some Q&A time. But one thing we also have to talk about that we haven't talked as much about is, what do abusers need who have substance abuse issues as well. The criminal justice system, as we know, is not great at addiction recovery efforts. What do we do?
Do you want me to go first?
Go first.
I
don't know.
Well, I will say this, you hit it on the head earlier in your program where there's a kind of a wraparound feel of treating the entire situation, not just that one person, but the entire situation. If you go into a family and it's a person with a disability or it's a person with mental health issues, or they're a person, obviously, that in the situation that would be abusing, you have a whole dynamic there. You're not just treating that person, you're treating the people that are victims from that, and then their
spillover of all of it.
The spillover. So, and many programs say, I work with children, right? I work with elderly. I work with sobriety. They categorize things, and there's not a lot of come together kind of community of wrapping around the entire family when you're treating someone. Just like you said, some shelters aren't going to even take those people, or they don't have a family member to watch their kids while they're going through some kind of treatment. So they don't want to lose their kids.
Right. Or maybe go into Child Protective Services or something.
Exactly.
The fears of that,
Exactly.
even though they're there to help,
Exactly.
right? That's a fear.
It is a fear.
Yeah.
And honestly, again, for the parents that might be preying on the younger people that I'm talking about that I've seen use the drugs and hurt their kids, they don't want to lose their kids because they have Social Security benefits and they're getting the medication. So it's just like this constant thing, but it is definitely looking at the whole situation. And I loved what everyone said about doing that.
Yeah. And just to be clear, I do tend to ask questions I already know my own answer to. So I do think it is important when we are thinking about, what are we going to do about abusers? Because clearly we want to get victims safe, and we want to give them the opportunities to live a life without abuse. And at the same time, we have to hold offenders accountable. And even if offenders are suffering from mental health and have substance abuse issues, we have to hold them accountable for behavior. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee the safety of victims. That does not mean that they don't ultimately need to get the services and the care and get clean, obviously, and get treatment if they need to. Because, it would certainly be a shame at the same time if we excuse that behavior because of the substance abuse, because like we do see, the research says anecdotally, your stories all show that even when someone does get clean, oftentimes domestic violence does not go away. And so that's why it's still really important to have that accountability piece. Okay. Does anyone have anything you absolutely feel like we have not covered that we want to say before we open it up to Q&A? No, I did such a good job at asking questions. Okay. Jamie, let's grab mics. You guys will have to share. And we might have some questions from our online community too. Any questions that anyone has? Or we did, okay, all of that for no reason? Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm just not great at seeing
That's
hands.
okay. And I'm patient. I'm a teacher, so I can sit up here and be like Bueller. Bueller.
I can see.
You know.
I'm not gonna see her.
It's up to you.
What is the protocol for domestic violence calls, and what do you do if there are children inside the home?
So what are the protocols for when you show up to DV, and what if children are present?
So I hate to say that we handle it differently. We really don't. What I've made it a point to do, and sometimes our officers fail to do, is identify children in the home, regardless of the age. If there are children in the home and there's domestic violence situation, protocol is now that we hotline that call. If there's a way for us to get them safe, if we need to remove them to get them safe, we can do so. Now, keep in mind, when we do that, we don't do that to traumatize anyone any more than we have to. We'll work and we'll bend over backwards to find a good place for them, either with family members or a friend, until either that victim can get some help. If we are removing an offender from the home, or if the offender's gone and that person's needing immediate help, Shelters here, including the Family Justice Center that help assist with shelter, they'll take families so they can take the victim and their children with them. I know Harmony House does. I'm sure Lafayette House does as well.
Yes.
But when we respond, we'll identify those kids. Sometimes kids are great witnesses to what's going on. Believe it or not, children are really black and white to rules. There's good behavior and there's bad behavior, and they can recognize that really quickly. Our detectives and officers utilize the Child Advocacy Center here. It's a great organization. They do the forensic child interviews. So if we have witnesses that are identified, which are children, and a parent agrees, and it only has to be one parent, that they want them to tell that story, we utilize that service. So they're not talking to the police, they're talking to someone that's very friendly and trained to be able to interview children. But at minimum, we're going to make sure that they're safe. We're going to make sure that they're identified and that Children's Services know. And when I say that, Children's Services, DFS, a lot of folks think that's a negative organization, but really they're doing more good than they are. I mean, we all are. We're all trying to do more good than harm in that situation. So I don't know where that stigma's come from. Because they hear that child services remove kids sometimes. Yes, they do. So do police officers. And the only time we're doing that is in extreme cases. So we will work together with those organizations to have the best outcome. The right outcome is to keep your kids with their parents if we can, if it's safe. So I hope that answered your question. You need some clarification? Okay.
I would like to say something.
Yes, please.
I feel like it's kind of difficult when officers show up for them to understand the full dynamic of even what's really going on. So going back to your protocol, I feel like the stigma kind of comes around that, you know, you're not as knowledgeable about the situation as, and you have your protocol and you can prepare yourself and you see these kind of calls and you handle them in a routine type of way. You know, and so I think that some of the situations can end up worse.
Sure.
You know,
right.
Or better.
I'd be ignorant to
And-
not agree with that. I mean,
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah. So
I mean, I think that's what I always say is when we're talking about domestic violence, it's such a, you know, if it was an easy fix, we would have done it, right? Well, I mean, I hope so.
So it's hard to distinguish which,
yes.
if you're talking about the children, like which parent, or, you know, what do we do? We're taking this one to jail, you know?
It's not always clear cut.
Never.
Never.
No, I would say never is
clear-cut.
probably the right thing.
So we
Well,
can
and I was going to say with a child, I mean, depending on the situation, the child may be identifying with the abuser and not
That's what I was
seeing
getting
that
at, yeah.
truly as abuse, or
Sure.
maybe it's fearful. So for officers to have to walk through that and traverse that makes it even more difficult.
Yeah, that's what I was, when I said, I doubt that it's ever that clear is when I'm thinking about children's involvement, as we're trying to talk to children too, of how challenging that can be. And as a victim, to see your child being, you know, talked to by somebody and having to trust that they're, you know, saying the right thing because they could be being manipulated has got to be a scary position to be in, and a very vulnerable position to be in.
Yes,
for sure.
That's a good question.
For sure, as a victim. What other questions do we have? We got Janice has a question. Janice always has a question. No, she does not either.
We know that being a victim has a stigma, but also substance abuse has a stigma. Do you see that it's easier to admit you have a substance abuse problem versus I'm a victim, or vice versa?
I don't feel like I struggled with addiction till after. So I had to start my journey, you know, raising kids and just kind of healing on my own with what I knew. And that's when I kind of feathered into alcohol, and it just made things so much better at the time, which is really worse. And when I started correlating that I was masking my emotions and masking those things that I still needed, the toxicity that I needed to process, that's when it kind of, the doors and windows opened and I was able to heal from the things that I went through mentally completely. But I do feel like there's a lot of people that struggle with both, and you wouldn't know where to start. And like I said before, if there was anything that I could have done to feel better that I would have felt comfortable doing, I would have done it.
And just to be clear, the question was, if you're a victim, is that hard or to admit?
I have substance abuse problem. If I have a substance abuse and I'm a victim,
I
what do
think-
you notice it's easier for us to say, yes, you're right, I am a survivor, or yes, you're right, I am an addict?
I think probably the victim piece is always probably going to be the hardest in my head from what I've seen, just because they're the ones being manipulated. Typically, if I'm the person that is the abusing myself, I have to admit that to myself, right? I have to come clean with myself. I have to make those decisions. However, the victim is always the victim until they decide they're going to be a survivor. But they have to decide that, but they'll always feel like a victim. They'll always be struggling with that. And then again, that's where they might be abusing themselves, because it is really, they're abusing themselves. So they have to like say, when I'm ready. The other is very, to me, controlling and feels like you never have control. It's what I've seen.
And I would also add to that status, education, family situation, religious beliefs, all of those things will come into play. Because if you are, say, a physician who abuses drugs, but also abuses your partner, you're going to make a decision on which one doesn't seem so bad to, you know, and so really it's hard to say which one, or even from a victim. If I'm a victim and I am of a higher status in the community, you might look at which is going to be more acceptable. So I can't always say that, you know, one is easier than the other.
I feel like I noticed my addiction quicker than I did understanding and noticing that I was a victim.
Okay.
Great. Couple questions now. Usually once one person asks, then people have
I
a
just
question.
want to know, from each of you, what are the things that we can do as professionals in whatever vocation that we serve to promote resilience and support survivors, whether we know they're a survivor or not?
I think we should definitely never let any of these issues stay stagnant and continue to find that balance of taking those next steps up constantly. And I think that we're doing a good job of the awareness within our community, and we just need to keep stepping in that direction with everybody.
I want to say what she said. What she said. That was just really good. I just, good.
I mean, honestly, if you can. A lot of police aren't supported these days. And I'm going to plug this because this is my opportunity and I've been given a platform, but these are horrible calls to go to. In over 20 years of doing it, there's a couple other officers in the room and previous officers in the room that would agree that they don't seem that they affect you. You'll have every one of us will have one or two of those where you're just walking away from a situation that just doesn't make you feel right, but you can't do anything about it. Those situations build over a career. And I will be the first to tell you that I didn't deal with stress like that for the first 18 years of my career. It probably wasn't until the last 4 years that I had realized and was able to recognize that stuff has affected me, affected my family. So to support officers that have to be a jack of all trade, and you may not have the best experience with one, but understand they may have just walked out of a situation that was really nasty for them. But also, if you hear of ideas, anybody in here that they think, you know, it's not a good idea or it's a small idea, that may be the idea that needs to make a lot of change in the way things are done. So don't be afraid to tell people about it, talk about it. And believe it or not, there's a lot of people in here listening for that golden nugget that's going to fix a lot of things. And I may not have the answer, and I may never come up with the answer, but someone will come up with an answer that's going to make some really significant change one of these days. Don't discount your ideas, even if you think they're silly. So
I'm gonna follow up with that. So one idea that I have seen floated around is for on DV calls to have an advocate always with officers on those calls so that officers can focus on securing the abuser and securing the situation, but having, again, like the police officers they are a jack of all trades.
Right.
Having people that are specifically trained and focused in that area for that crisis intervention. What do you think about that?
I love the idea. I would never discount that idea. And it's been brought up to me by people within the Family Justice Center to talk about it. I know it's open to discussion with multiple people through our department and leader of our departments. There are huge hurdles when it comes to that, as everybody knows these days, that every single organization, governmental or whatever, are short.
Yeah, the resources for it.
Resources are so thin. And domestic violence calls, it sounds simple that we go to a domestic assault call and we show up and we find a victim that's been beat or has been abused or been assaulted. I would say 70% of the time, your suspect isn't there.
Yeah.
We don't know where that suspect is. And you've also got 10 other domestic assault calls just like this holding, and there's nobody to go to. So you work it sympathetically, empathetically, and you give them quality service, knowing in your mind that you got to get this done and complete and provide the best service you can provide, get all the documentation, make sure they're safe, and go to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's why I'm wondering if there was an advocate there
that's and I would
free
love
to
the
be
idea,
able to,
but
yeah.
my fear would be, and this is the hiccup that we find, is if I have an advocate with them, I can't leave that advocate.
You can't leave them there,
Then,
right?
yes.
Absolutely not.
Because that
Yeah.
abuser, we don't know, they may be just
Right.
waiting 2 houses down
Yes.
to come back.
And they often do come back
And
when
they often
police
do.
leave. Yes.
So that is the huge hurdle to that.
Yeah.
I know that we've had, they're starting to implement with Burl, the rapid response unit stuff where they're responding to calls for service with officers. And I don't know exactly, those necessarily aren't always as, domestic assault calls are dangerous calls.
Right.
I know if you look at statistics, more officers are injured
Absolutely.
in the
On
line
those
of duty
calls.
on
Yeah.
those kind of calls for service. So the potential for that danger to be there when we leave and an advocate stay there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
So
could put
that's-
them in
that's
that
the-
vulnerable
I
situation.
mean.
Because
if
it's
we
so,
had-
so you're saying is like, I still have to be there the same amount of
Yeah.
time.
So you're taking an officer that can go to that call, work the call and give good quality service to that person that called us, being there for an hour to being there for maybe 2 to 3 hours. And you just don't have the people to do it.
Okay.
I hate that.
Also, I think that would be good to implement into the courts with domestic cases. Maybe someone that's free to go to every case.
Yeah.
Which is also something to think about.
Sergeant Rasmussen, would you mind to talk a little bit about what your unit does when maybe a survivor does not want to participate in the criminal justice process, either because of previous negative interactions with law enforcement, or maybe they don't feel it's safe to do so? Will you talk a little bit about what you all do, particularly your law enforcement embedded advocate that you have with Harmony House?
So yeah, the advocate that we have, and that Stephanie mentioned earlier about the police being on scene and the uncomfortableness of us speaking to people there, how that may not be the right environment for us to ask them what's happened. Do you want to prosecute? Do you want to do all this? We're going through those processes to get what we need to get, to kind of feel where this case needs to go and what we have. We're trying to get as much information as we can, as a quick enough, in a quick enough time efficient manner to be able to go to the next one. What our advocate does when I review reports is I'm going to give that contact information for that victim to that advocate, who is not a police officer, but works hand in hand with us. They can reach out by phone, by whatever necessary means we have, to make contact with the victim and speak to them on a more personal level, because they know they're not talking to a police officer, because they know if they say something that they don't want to prosecute, but yet if they feel comfortable to tell this person that they can still get these services provided to them with not necessarily having to go through and make their abuser accountable. I mean, that may come later through the process once we develop that relationship. And also we can take, this is something I'm going to try to start implementing here with our new one that we just have hired. And she's shown interest in wanting to go out and meet with victims with our detectives when they do follow up. And I was super, super excited about her saying that, because I'm like, this is going to be good. And I've told my detectives, and they're super thrilled about it.
Great.
So it's not going to be something that we can necessarily do, when the call happens in terms of getting an advocate there face to face in their environment, but it's something that we can maybe do after the fact if they're willing. And when we go, we're not going to go in uniforms. My detectives don't wear uniforms. They wear what I wear. So hopefully that less authoritative look when we
Right.
show up with just another person talking to them,
Yeah.
that maybe we can convince them to get the help that they need.
I think it sounds like a great place to start.
Yeah, so.
All right. Do we have time for another question? If we have down here in the front, yeah, we'll do the final question and then we'll have closing remarks.
I know that volunteering is a great way to kind of get involved in this world. But can you guys like identify other ways for people to kind of get involved in the movement?
So when people want to help, when they want to do something, what can they do?
The shelters, there's lots of shelters that you can donate to, volunteer at. I know that you'd have more wiggle room on that in some of our local places here.
Yeah, Harmony House definitely has volunteers that they need. Family Justice Center, I believe, uses volunteers. Yes, very good. The Victim Center actually has a program where you actually go through a pretty significant victim training to help respond to crisis situations. They're always needing volunteers. So those are some off the top of my head that I do. In law enforcement, that's a little harder to have volunteers.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Nancy, I believe they do, the Victim Center, like 24-hour 864 safe is a
Yeah.
number, is a 24-hour hotline to them.
Yes,
Those are manned by volunteers, right?
primarily, yes.
So
Yeah.
I do want to say too, just community wise, educating the community, and you don't have to be necessarily a volunteer, but like you said, a neighbor is the one that's calling.
Right. I was going to say,
It's
see something,
community.
say something.
Yes, because honestly, if you educate the community, they're on alert. My son was in the military, my whole family's in the military, and my brother's a police officer. So thank you for your service. First off, you don't hear that enough because we expect a lot out of you. We want you to be the social worker and protect us from the bad dude, right? That's got a gun to our head. So it's a lot, but I think just in general, like giving that education to fellow peer children.
Yeah.
In schools. It's kind of ridiculous how right now, I'm sorry, I know there's lots of good stuff that's happening, but right now what I see as a parent and seeing things, they don't have peer advocates. And it's more likely to me that another woman is going to talk to another woman than she's going to come to an officer, no matter how great you look or what you're wearing. So sometimes it's just the community reaching out and being that person and seeing something and taking care of someone and be that one.
Yeah.
That one.
That's a great, or go ahead, please.
I was going to say, I can also say that, yes, you can volunteer with your advocacy centers, reach out to them, but really truly our goal is to create a community of advocates. So sometimes it may not be about being at the center, but a lot of times different domestic violence programs, substance use programs, they have prevention programs. So getting involved with that or setting up things within the community. So if your advocacy center does the In Her Shoes presentation, reaching out to them and saying, I know of an organization, whether it's with the college or just, I would like to help set this up, just a day of awareness, anything like that to kind of help the advocacy center get the word out there. So sometimes volunteering isn't necessarily being there at the center, but it's helping the center find ways of being more in the community.
And honestly, that is exactly how my involvement in the last 20 years started with domestic violence. is more of me reaching out and connecting dots and getting involved in that way than just showing up to volunteer. I will add one other thing before we have our closing remarks by Christina Ford, and that is if you have not heard or know anything about bystander intervention, Google it. This is a great way to learn about the ways in which everyday citizens, and like you're saying, you don't have to be trained in advocacy. You don't have to know the ins and outs of domestic violence, because a lot of times that's what keeps people from getting involved, that they just feel like I'm not the right person maybe to be involved in this or answer this question. Knowing your resources, knowing the signs, what it looks like so that you can pass along information, and being more familiar with bystander intervention is something everyone in this room could do. So I want to thank our panelists. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate
Thank you.
your knowledge and expertise.
I want your card for that.
And you all can just stay seated if you want to for the closing remarks so that you don't have to shuffle around. I'm going to bring up Christina Ford. Christina Ford is a very good friend of mine and also the founder of the Rebound Foundation that I spoke a little bit about earlier. And she's going to offer our closing remarks. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I wish that I could just get up here without looking at notes, but I can't. I will start rambling. As this, of course, is a very important topic to me. Myself, again, Paula mentioned, my name is Christina Ford, founder and director of the Rebound Foundation. We are a domestic violence agency here in Springfield that offers transitional housing to women and children survivors, as well as prevention education. I am very grateful for the opportunity to offer a closing to this conference. I thank you very much for taking the time to learn, grow, evaluate, and dig deeper into the urgent matter of preventing and ending violence. Most of us today took the day to be here, and most of us know that violence did not. The hotline calls still came. I'm sure your detectives and police officers are still on the job. The shelter beds are still full. There is so much to this work that can cause us to either fall to defeat, feelings of being overwhelmed, or a sense of numbness, or at least that's the case for me. And even though we know that the violence didn't take a day, there is so much hope in this room. The Rebound Foundation's mission, as I mentioned, is to end the cycle of abuse through safe transitional housing and prevention education. And with that, I get the opportunity to walk into classrooms with youth. And there is not many times that we walk into that classroom and leave, and there is not a child that either discusses their experiences, talks about a family member, and the list goes on. And so we know that unfortunately, this is happening all over. And even though, so back up to why this is so important to me, I was one of those students. But unfortunately, I never had someone come into my classroom and speak on intimate partner violence, or speak on the cycle of abuse, or give me the education and the language and the knowledge on what I was experiencing. So I was one of those children that just kind of got lost in the shuffle. And unfortunately, that ended up in me being in a very abusive relationship through my teen and young adult years. So again, thank you. Today is so important. My teen self and my adult self thanks you. Your time today, as I said, was not in vain. The issues discussed are vital to victims, not only in our community, but to victims around the world who are counting on us and our governments, organizations, survivors to deliver on our promises. As we saw many of the partner agencies that are doing great work, our community has counted us to hold to that truth, hold to our mission of what that looks like. I would like to again thank all of you, the moderators, the panelists, the preparation team. Paula Rector, thank you for your service and your time, along with your entire team. I was able to Zoom in for most of the day, and that was effortless on the other side of it. So again, I know that it took a lot of time and a lot of preparation for this work, so thank you. Also for the survivors, it is not always easy to speak out on what you experience. So thank you. Thank you for your bravery today, for your mission to still go on even after experiencing such trauma. It is hard to not only go through it, but then say, I'm going to step on the other side of that and help others. because every time, or at least for me, you have to remember some of those situations that you yourself were in. Your participation and commitment will go far beyond today, and it is deeply appreciated. Let us show the will, the determination, and let us leave here today taking greater action to end violence. Let us do all we can so that every human being can live free of fear. Always let our end goal to be to end violence. As you go back to your offices and important work, remember this quote: "There is no failure except in no longer trying," by Chris Bradford. So again, I thank you for today.